jumping into things here, obviously the markets are gapping down. You have some pressure across the IWM down here on the session slightly. You have the QQQ also breaking its little bit of an upsloping wedge pattern, triggering this head and shoulders pattern, or at least that's what market makers. My mic is muted. Thank you. Well, maybe the other thing was too loud. All right, turn down the music. Thank you, Surfers. Thank you. How's that? Better? Perfect. Thanks, guys. All right, so markets are gapping down. You can see the QQQ does have this head and shoulders pattern that is once again triggering off of a gap down. Now, the big thing that we need to keep in mind is that you've tested this area once before. So we'll see if they want to bounce it here on a Friday. The markets are gapping down because of tariff news. Trump, maybe a bit of a technical sell as well off of some higher resistance zones trading into all-time highs. But nevertheless, the news that's hitting the tape is Trump basically going after Canada again. Yay for me. Nevertheless, 35% imposed tariffs across the board for Canada. U.S. trade tensions continue to escalate. He's really putting the screws to us here. And honestly, he's got the big stick. Like, our government's kind of screwed one way or another. We act like we can put up a fight, but we can't do shit. So the QQQ right now, obviously we have to keep in mind that the head and shoulders that has triggered in this pre-market session right now could drag us all the way down to this bearish target. All right. So that is the downside potential. If we look at the SPY though, again, I did have a higher move still. I still think that there's a larger bullish outlook for the market. We just have to keep that in mind. We're just going through a little bit of back-end filling. Again, statistically on a probability basis, gap downs get bought on Fridays. The level that I really, really like here on SPY, let's just remove some of these trend lines. But basically the level that I see here on the S&P is you're slicing through this volume zone where most people piled in on the long side, institutional accumulation. That was kind of off of your opening yesterday, your 15-minute opening consolidation, then rally. So big gap down. You're hitting a nice little volume weighted average price here. We actually pierced it. But there's also this longer term hourly chart trend line on SPY. You can see it from pivot high to pivot high to pivot high. And that's what we're really trading into here in the pre-market. So what does that mean? Well, that means we're hitting support. So there's a decent amount of support here on the overall markets. The question is it going to try to sweep that support zone or is it going to hold? So we also have this upsloping trend line right through your volume weighted average price. Let's throw up a Fibonacci retrace from this little pivot low zone here to your high of yesterday. So right in that zone, there's a 50% fib retrace from this high to this low move. Now, let's take it back to this breakaway gap just to see where we are. Again, a 382 zone. So there's a lot of support here. There's a strong chance that it's risky buying that opening gap down because they could absolutely keep dumping it. But there's quite a decent support here. I might actually take a bit of a stab at the long side of the market today. So FYI, I am considering taking a stab on the long side. It's not a bad level. You know, if you do decide to pierce this by a larger degree, then you're looking at probably the 621.50 on SPY. Alright, so looking at Meta right now, Meta's gapping down slightly on the hourly chart. Nvidia's obviously been trading into some pretty key resistance. I mentioned in a video that on the end of the live stream that Nvidia printed that daily hanging man candle, and obviously that is typically a sign of near-term exhaustion. So we'll have to see if this wants to give back any of its gains. can see that little trend line through this pivot high to this pivot high, and that's exactly what we kissed today. Billy is saying, wow, silver. What the heck's happening with silver? Oops. Yeah, wow, silver. Up 2% on the session. Really strong move. Breakout to the upside. Gold is also trying to firm up. The Dixie still just at the low of its wedge here. But definitely some positive price action here in commodities yet again. So gold, silver, let's look at the commodity complex. Uranium, slightly down. WTI crude is catching a bit of a bid, slight bid. Natural gas, last time I looked this morning, it was flat. Now it's actually negative slightly on the session. Going through some of the mega caps, Amazon's really strong today. That's actually gapping up on the session. Really, it's your only mega cap that's seeing some positive price action. Apple's slightly down. Google, which I'm still bullish on, slightly down. Meta, I'm still bullish on, slightly down. Tesla, obviously we took a little bit of profits on our Tesla 315 calls yesterday, sold half of them. I only have 4 contracts left, but this is looking like it. Maybe, I still think Tesla's somewhat decent intraday. You know, it's not a bad looking chart. You're still making higher highs, higher lows in the short term, so as long as we can hold above this little previous pivot zone. Where's my tool? Then I think Tesla can still push up here. All right. But pretty much everything is seeing some downside today. Scrolling through, Costco's green. Netflix is slightly green. So the IWM is certainly the worst performing indice at this point. The 10-year yield is up 0.8%. Decent pullback in pretty much all of the sectors for now. What's this LI Auto doing? China's actually seeing some positive strength. Let's look at BABA really quickly. BABA's still holding and backtesting that volume weighted average price. Slightly green on the session. Baidu, that's also doing well. I've been looking for an entry into the StoneCo, guys. This is more of a swing trade. I'll quickly mention it, but then we'll get back to the day trade setups. But StoneCo, I've been looking at an entry into swing trade. I want to see a retrace back into this $15 zone, and that would be an absolutely sublime setup in my opinion. Bitcoin obviously making a sky high move, guys. So, wow, just absolutely stunning. Look at that. So we gave you those 2 targets, spike high move, and then the upside inverse head and shoulders target was 119. I cannot believe we're almost there already. I mean, I can't believe it. We were long. But today is a day we now have this huge 3-bar surge on the daily for Bitcoin. Breaking out, watch for some more profit taking. It's still holding up fairly well intraday, but I think that BTC should see some profit taking. And the question is now, do we have a short setup? Well, I'm a little bit inclined to be patient with this because Bitcoin's actually not really technically overbought. It's had a meaningful amount of consolidation, but if we were to push up into 119, I would definitely consider shorting it up there. All right, so there's definitely some resistance up here, guys. So this morning, I'm gonna look to. I've been thinking about it whether I should let my contracts run. I have 25% of my contracts left for IBIT, $64 calls, which are deep in the money. Those should maybe open up 200% plus, maybe. But we also have BITO. So I'm probably going to dump my BITO, all of it, at the open, and then I will leave my contracts running, okay? But if we keep pushing up, if we push up to a new high here on BTC, then I'm dumping everything and I'm looking at shorts, okay? So very interesting price action. Let's look at some of these key trend lines. Yeah, you've just absolutely blasted through some major resistance on Bitcoin. Pretty crazy. So Bitcoin, definitely looking at taking some profits off of the open. Let's quickly look at Coinbase and MSTR. Coinbase also gapping up, coming into some near-term resistance as well. Coin is technically a short off of this trend line. Coin around 400 is technically a short for me. MSTR, so that's actually a top setup, guys. I like coin on the short side around 400. Let's look at CRCL quickly. Yeah, that one's still just trying to hold steady and potentially break out. Nothing to do there. Let's see what else is going on here. And if there's any other charts you guys are observing, we're here as a collective to try to make money again. But so far I'm looking at S&P 500 longs off the open, looking at Coinbase shorts. Those are kind of the two things that I'm eyeing up for the time being. And then on the swing side, we're looking to dump the rest of our Bitcoin long positions. All right, well, let's look at PSA. PSA, nothing to do there. Let's look at this HOLO. Yeah, that's gapping up like crazy. Wow. MRVL, is that into our swing level yet? Almost getting there, Marvell. Not quite, but Marvell, I still like Marvell from the long side. I think there's a trade coming there for Marvell. SGN. Monster move up on SGN. Holy. Crazy. ETOG. See what else is going on here. No real economic data that's going to influence the markets this morning, at least that I'm observing. Oh, no, wait. Let's look at the CAG from yesterday. Did that catch a bid? Yeah, it caught a little bit of a bid. CAG. TT, monster move. Crazy gap up there. FTT trying to break out of this longer term downside trend. What's the market cap on this? I remember trading it years back. Wow, 7.5 million. No wonder it's pushing. Let's look at some of these other natural gas plays that we were into. EQT, seeing a little bit of continuation selling. Again, I'm still likely bullish on these names. Nice little chart breakouts. AR, still trying to firm up here. XLE is still holding steady for the time being. Disney. Disney's back testing some key support zones. This could be an epic breakout on Disney if it holds. Let's look at Boeing. Boeing still holding strength. Airlines, let's see if they get a continuation move today. That back tested that key support zone. Got a strong bounce off of that area. Still looking strong. UAL. Still strong. Jets. If there's any other tickers you guys are looking at, put them in the chat. Really, I'm only seeing some pockets of strength in the market. China stocks are looking decent. So Alibaba is looking like he wants to get into this gap window. So there's potentially a trade there, guys, for a move into this gap fill. So potentially, if we're looking at an aggressive trade, 108 calls on Alibaba, some 0 DTE 108 calls, that could work out. That could absolutely work out. Henry looking at MDB. Yeah, I've been watching this one. I haven't checked it in the last couple sessions, so I'm glad you brought it up. Alright, MDB. Mongo. The stock. The name reminds me of, I think it was when Shrek, Mongo, I don't know what the hell Mongo is from, but. Alright, MDB actually nice. Nice little find there. Huge reversal. Huge reversal back down. This is actually an interesting area. Very, very interesting. So 208, we're back testing this key support zone. Just give me a second with this name, guys. There actually might be a day trade setup here in MDB on the long side. Sarfar is looking at Okta, and then there was one in the chat. John C. looking at Oscar. So we'll take a quick peek at those. Yeah, you know, MDB is actually sitting right here. There's actually a ton of support. I do like it. Let me just look at the intraday pattern. It's aggressive to take it off long off of the open here, but it could work out. There's definitely some support here. I'll take a stab on the long side of MDB, guys. If we can get it 208 right now, gapping down, it might want to sweep this little... It might want to sweep this little low and come into your... This is the buy zone, guys. Right back into this gap fill. I'll take a long on MDB in this zone. If we flush into the zone, guys, say 204. So between 204.04 and 204, call it 30. So I definitely like that setup on Mongo. All right, let's look at Octa for surfers. So Octa's just continuing to dump here. You're into this rather large gap fill. Really, now it looks like Okta wants to go to 92.53. I still think this name is just going through a major distribution zone. The overall trend is still putting in this powerful megaphone pattern. Again, still forming some higher highs here. And sorry, higher lows and higher highs. So I think you're just doing a really big shakeout here ahead of a larger move. But it looks like Okta maybe wants 92.53. That's your next little Fibonacci retrace zone. That's potentially the next best accumulation area for OKTA. Let me just see this volume profile. I wouldn't add yet, surfers. I would let it sweep these lows again. 92.53 is kind of your bigger area. Might even coincide with kind of this upsloping trend line. All right. Let's see where this VWAP takes us. Yeah, right in this zone here. You got a standard deviation band 1, your Fibonacci retrace, so another little micro gap. So you actually have two gap fills here on OKTA. I didn't really observe that secondary gap, so that's probably where it wants to go now. OKTA is you have this gap fill, a deviation band 1, a nice Fibonacci retrace zone. It's probably where it wants to go. So that's where I'd add around 92.53 to the swing. All right, hopefully that helps. Let's look at Oscar for John C. Oscar, OSCR. So this one's been getting a lot of hype in the FinTwit community. Everyone's been jumping on Oscar as if it's going to be this next multi-bagger, which, you know, it's always gets hype when stocks are breaking out like this. And then look at the hype. It got absolutely smashed in. So I've never actually traded Oscar, to be honest. I've never taken a position. That doesn't mean there's no trade set up here. But let's just try to see what we can find. It's a really nasty move that you've lost the screen candle, impulse candle. But on the positive side, Oscar now is coming into an area of potential opportunity. So, let me see on my other screen here. Just give me a second. I want to look at a few things. So yesterday, Oscar backtested the daily 200 moving average. So you got that golden cross of the 50 and the 200 on Oscar, and price action got absolutely slapped into that. You're now sitting into this huge gap fill, which honestly, not bad. Not bad. There might be a trade here, guys, on the long side. John C saying gapping down on a downgrade. Ah, interesting. I actually like to buy downgrades. Very interesting. See, they're trying to now shake people out after. So this is the thing, right? It's so much easier to downgrade a stock after it's gone through a huge dump. All right, so Oscar might be an interesting setup here. I'm going to certainly keep a window open here. I'm just trying to find another area to add some technical strength to the trade. Just give me a second, guys. Honestly, the level that Oscar absolutely needs to hold is a weekly chart level. So if Oscar ends up losing this wide range green bar candle, that's like your ultimate level, like line in the sand. Line in the sand for Oscar, that you can't lose this weekly impulse green candle. That would be very bearish for Oscar, but there could be a bounce here, guys. So I'm just working out a couple things here on my other screen just to make sure we have a nice little technical setup before we enter. But there is potentially a trade here. But it could absolutely. So there's going to be a lot of liquidity sitting right on this volume gap, guys. This is why I think we might actually slice through it. So just be careful on that volume gap for OSCR. We might actually slice through that. Just an FYI. But I'm just looking at this level. One more thing I need to check before I issue the level that I would take it on the long side. One more little thing I need to check. Very interesting. All right, I'm going to draw out the zone that I'll go long at. That level is between 1429, so 1470. So with a name like this, I am just going to trade common shares on the long side. It's a cheap enough stock that you can accumulate a fair amount. But between 1460 to 1420. That's my long entry, guys, on OSCR. All right. Right in this green zone is where we go long. All right, so I do like that setup. Wells Fargo trying to load up an Oscar on the cheap. That's what Billy's saying. So we'll actually keep a window open on Oscar because it's not a bad area. And I'm going to flip you to my dual charts here, guys. Yeah, Ryan, SPY calls look good. SPY calls look good. It's aggressive buying a gap down, but SPY... Yes, tariffs. Tariffs exactly why it dropped. Tariffs on, really on Canada. And that's primarily it. So, let's get this show on the road. Again, Friday, gapping down. I do like call options. I also like Oscar in and around this green zone. So we'll watch both. The markets are open. SPY gapping down. There's a lot of support here on SPY, guys. Look at that bounce on SPY. Come on, Oscar. A little bit lower, guys. We're going to get an entry into Oscar a little bit lower. A touch lower. Bitcoin's still strong. Don't bounce it. Oh my goodness. Look at that bounce. Epic bounce in the markets here, guys. Look at that candle. Holy moly. Oscar's bouncing. They are buying things up here. We might get a back test area, but look at Oscar bouncing just right before my level. They sliced that gap. They did slice that volume gap. Come on, take it down one more time, Oscar. SPY, come on. Give us an entry on SPY as well. I'm just being a little bit patient here. Baba's green, XP's green. Natural gas has turned green. Nvidia is now green. SoFi's green. Still interested in Oscar, guys. You can see SPY still can go a touch lower. I want to see it. Let's look at that pre-market low on SPY. You can see where pre-market low is, guys. I would take a stab there if SPY retraces to pre-market low. Let's go back to regular trading hours. Let's see if SPY wants to flush into this area, guys. That's the long level, 621.50. So the way I'd play SPY, if we flush into this area, 621.50, that's your pre-market low. I'm looking at 621 calls, 0 DTE. I'd buy in the money calls, okay? Oscar's still coming in. I'm going long with common shares. First entry is really into this zone here. Whoops, can't type. First entry into Oscar is around 14, Pierce of 1460. A Pierce of 1460. I'm just going in with half position. So take whatever you want to put into the trade, divide it by 2, and we'll take 2 entries. Or I'll take 2 entries. This is a day trade level on Oscar, but it's a very aggressive swing trade level. Come on, SPY, give us a little bit lower. Give us a little bit lower, SPY. Excuse me. Oscar's still coming in, guys. Bitcoin seeing some more selling. SPY's coming down. Let it come lower, guys. Let it come lower. SPY should come lower. Guys, I exited the remainder of my IBIT calls at $4. Beautiful. And I'm going to sell half of my BITO. Half of my BITO. And I'm going to put a an in the money stop loss. Nvidia is getting a nice pop. Let SPY come down, guys. We're going to get a long opportunity, but I think it's lower. Let it come down. Come on, SPY. Come on, Oscar. Let's look at Mongo again. All right, Mongo's also coming into this area. But Mongo needs to come into its little gap fill down here. Let's look at CVNA. That one's trying to trigger and head and shoulders on the hourly. Oscar's still trying to bounce. SPY, we still need to see it go a little bit lower, SPY. I like a day trade long around pre-market low. Sorry to hear that, Anonymous. What did you take now? Bitcoin's still acting well. Come on down, SPY. I'm very tempted, but I want SPY a little bit lower. So we made just around 240% on the remaining IBIT calls, guys. Those IBIT calls absolutely printed for members. I'm all out of my Bitcoin longs. The only thing I have, sorry, I have half of my shares still on BITO. But we took 9% on BITO, just over 9%, and 240% on our IBIT calls. So beautiful trade there if you caught that with us. Excellent job for the Bitcoin and crypto bulls. Stunning price action. We might have some short setups today in Coinbase. Coinbase should hit 400 bucks, guys. I'm not looking to chase it, but Coinbase around 400, and it enters a nice swing short area. Okay, guys? SoFi absolutely ripping up here. BBAI still a little bit weak on the session. Let's look at some of these Oklo nuclear names. That's trading in, but Oscar's coming in, guys. We still can get lower price in the S&P. S&P still can go a little bit lower. Yeah, SoFi is definitely a better short up in that region. But the only thing you need to be mindful of is that the equity markets are weak and SoFi is strong, right? So nasty move down today for equities. Meta's getting slapped. China stocks are still green. I got a lot of red swing trades in my port, but at least we still took some profits in the crypto space. QQQ, SPY are still coming down, guys. We have a trade on SPY coming into play very shortly here. Very shortly. We're waiting patiently. This is the area, guys. Long 621 calls. Come on. Here we go, guys. Get ready on SPY. Get ready on SPY. I'm going to layer into the 621 calls. This is because the downside, the volatility is pretty insane. I am going to be buying in the money, 0 DTE, 621 calls. Okay. And I'm going to do it in 2 tranches. So take whatever you're risking on the trade. And we'll take 2 entries into the 621 calls. Right now they're around $2 a con. nvidia is still trying to pump to the high side. Yet again, a new all-time high in nvidia. Monster move. SBET still absolutely soaring. Airlines are getting a nice pullback here. Come on, give us a little bit more, SPY. Give us a little bit more. Oscar's still on watch for a long on Oscar. I'm watching MDB on my other screen here. That's almost at our long level. And we're obviously watching SPY as well. Natural gas still holding steady. You have Apple down 1%. Meta getting absolutely slapped down 1.85. Google still holding slightly negative, but definitely outperforming the markets as a whole. What is this hollow? That one's coming in. MCD, let's look at the push there. McDonald's has had a nice push. A lot of red in the tape today, guys. A lot of red. Come on, SPY. Hit our level. Hit our level. SPY is coming. 621 calls, 0 DTEs are on watch, guys. Again, this is a very strong level that should hold, but any level can break. Just a heads up. But we got to take our shots somewhere here. We've been patient. I set off the open wait. Hopefully I save people some money because we've absolutely knifed through this zone. Absolutely knife, but we are coming into a value area low. Big level here. Come on, SPY, a little bit lower. Still waiting on Oscar. Come on, a little bit more, SPY, a little bit more. And there is a major gap on SPY down around 620.37. So just recognize that trading anything here is aggressive before that gap, but it's still a strong level. Come on, SPY, go a little bit more. A little bit more. Core Weave absolutely knifing down. Seeing some continuation selling from yesterday. MSTR still strong on the session. That's still trying to hold a breakout. Come on, SPY. Come on down. Come on down. We're almost there, guys. Again, first entries right in this zone. Second entry on SPY would be come on, SPY. Come on down. We're still seeing some pretty hard selling, guys. SPY's almost there. We're almost at our patient long level. This is going to be my first entry. There is still a chance we can go all the way down today to this gap fill. But we are taking a nice little attempt at a bounce trade here. Come on down, SPY. Come on down. We're almost there, guys. I'm going to be looking at 621, taking one of two entries. Come on. A little bit more, a little bit more. Being patient here. Come on, don't miss our level by a freaking fraction of a margin. Are you kidding me? Come on, one more flush. One more flush. Don't do it, SPY. IWM's also back testing a little bit of support here. Let's look at the QQQ. Qs are hitting hourly chart support into its gap fill, so there's definitely a little bit more relative strength in the Qs here, guys. Qs have already filled its gap. You can see Qs have filled its gap. SPY is still trading just above its gap fill. Come on. Alright, we got an opening 15-minute range here that has just formed. And we are about to get long, guys. We are about to get long. Here we go. Here we go. Taking my first entry here. Very shortly. A few more cents down. Come on, SPY. Wow, are they gonna wick it right above our level? Are you serious? Are you serious? Look at these prints. Oh my goodness. 621.54 low. Come on. Give us a little bit more. Don't wick it. Like literally 6 cents before our level. This is ridiculous. Come on back down, SPY. Come on down. You're not there yet. Grab this liquidity. Grab it. Yeah, that's pre-market low. You're absolutely right. That's what we identified. It's also a value area low. It's also a major fib zone. So there's a lot of technical support here. Oversold intraday. The only thing you don't really have is a positive divergence, but we're just looking for a nice little bounce. So we're very close to entering long, but you're right, Anonymous. We went through this level, we isolated it. It's aggressive. It's not guaranteed to hold, but we take our shots at certain places, right? There's a whole lot of factors here that say we should get a bounce. And you can even see, right, on the 1 minute chart here, we're getting definitely some volume accumulation in this region. But I'm still looking for a touch lower. Come on, SPY. Don't do it. Friggin' wicking. Come on. Retrace this candle. Retrace it, guys. Retrace it, retrace it, retrace it. Ah, look at this accumulation in this region, guys. Big accumulation occurring. Oscar, I'm still interested in Oscar a little bit lower. That's why I have it on the window. SPY's just still hovering. Ah, SPY, what are you doing? Don't bounce it. So they're trying to bounce it. Oscar's coming into play. I'm going in with common shares. Oh, come on, SPY. Are you serious? Alright, so if SPY settles out here, what we buy is the retrace of this little bottoming tail that's forming. And I hope we get a retrace, because if this misses our level, that would friggin' piss me off. A little bit of front running happening. Literally. Missed my first entry by about 6 or 7 cents. So hopefully we can get a retrace. But they say patience. Alright. They say patience and you should get rewarded. Oscar now down 5%. Coming into our first area of opportunity. OSCR, guys. Where is... Just give me 1 second, guys. Holy, look at the bounce in SPY. Oh my goodness gracious me. Are you serious? Come on. Holy crap. That's insane. Nvidia's ripping. Wow. Someone front ran me and got into that SPY bounce. Look at that rocket ship level, guys. Holy. What a monster. I'm still looking at Oscar, but wow. That's insane. That's truly insane. What a monster, guys. What an absolute monster. Holy. Well, hopefully someone made that. JP front ran. He got in early. Popped the market on us. Wow. We still could get a retrace lower of our opening range low. So that's now the retrace to buy as your OR low. Still looking at Oscar for a long. Really nothing doing yet there. Let's see what else. But that was the day trade scalp bounce. I'm friggin' pissed. I'm pissed. There'll be more trades. There'll be more trades. Alright, let's see what else is happening. Yeah, McDonald's is absolutely ripping here. Let's see, Coke. Is Coke trying to make a bullish reversal? That's trying. Pepsi gapping down. But what a monster bounce in the S&P 500 there. Absolute monster bounce. Tesla's trying to go green here, so we could have a big reversal. We could have a big reversal. They're buying up this market on Friday. Nvidia is still strong, so the largest company pumping to the high side. Oscar still just flirting with some support. Goose, GOOS, that one's shaking and moving this morning, pushing up. Hollow's trying to move higher here, EVGO. What's the daily chart of this EVGO? Not looking too bad. IONQ, that's under a bit of pressure. ENVX, that's back testing some areas. Get some of these nat gas plays again. Now I'm just looking for another trade setup here, guys. Oscar's still coming into a long level for me. So still waiting on that, but that's buy trade. If you took that, lock in your gains. You're now testing that little bit of resistance here. We still could get a SPY trade, guys. We still could get a bounce or a retrace of this whole entire move. You know, it was a very quick move on the 5-minute chart. Look at that. Bullish engulfing. So market makers should give us a fair value back test of that zone. How are financials doing today? So Citigroup down another 1.5%. Bitcoin's still strong. Nat gas still pushing here up 0.5%. Apple up down by 0.76. Seeing a little bit of positive price action in Chewy, guys. Chewy looks like it's trying to catch a bit of a base here. Oscar's coming into play here very shortly. SPY's just still backing and filling right now for the time being. Oscar's coming into play. So Oscar's been very weak. Very weak. But we should be able to get a little bit of an oversold bounce here. Let's see the Oscar calls. What they're priced at. Oscar's almost there, guys, for a long. If you want to take as aggressive ZRDT trade, $15 calls for Oscar. I'm just going to buy some common shares. See if we can catch a bit of a swing trade. Because we can always hold these. Amazon's trying to break out to a high of day. Amazon does look very strong right now. Amazon could actually push to about 226. This market could be doing a bit of a gap down reversal. So it could absolutely fly here. Carvana's turning green. A little bit more green starting to appear even across some of these high short interest names. Very interesting. Trump is speaking. Yeah, that's why they're pumping this market. Thank you, Sarfraz. So Trump is speaking. That's why they're pumping this market. What else we're looking at? Starbucks has turned slightly green. China stocks coming under pressure again. American Airlines still back testing some lower areas. So SPY's now had a really significant bounce on the 15-minute chart here, back into this little previous resistance. Let's see if it wants to push higher. Anyone that took those 621 calls, you're absolutely printing. Natural gas trying to make another move to the highs. Cute. Natural gas stocks are looking quite poised for continuation. Wow, look at NEO. NEO's absolutely ripping here. How's Rivian? Rivian's trying to make a red to green reversal with the market. Rivian's not a bad potential play. Hourly chart, guys. And Rivian could try to squeeze into this little gap. So Rivian's definitely stronger than the market, which is good to see. I might take a trade on Rivian, guys. I'm seeing NIO doing quite well. XPEV, wow, XPEV is trying to moon here. How's Tessie doing again? Tesla's actually now green on the session. So yeah, you're seeing a little bit of rotation here into some of these names. Let's look at XPEV. SPY looking steady. Alright guys, I just got long the 1750 calls in XPEV, China equity play. I just got long at 17 cents. Long XPEV at 17 cents. 0 DT. Let's play ball. Alright, so we have a long in some of these China equities. Two real targets that I'm observing on EXPEV. It's the China ADR. Well, I'm long at 17 cents. Call options, the 1750 call options. Single entry. So I'll watch that on my other screen. Let's flip back to Oscar. See if that name is hitting. This name's still on watch, guys. Oscar's still on watch. SPY, really big push in SPY. Alert on PGR. I'm getting an alert on PGR here, guys. Wow, yeah, that's dumping new low of day. Hitting a nice area of support. Let's see what PGR is saying. That is hitting a really big volume area. PGR, this is a bit of an insurance play that I've been watching for quite a long time. This is an institutional stock. So this is now hitting a swing trade area. Big volume profile. Really big volume profile. Let's see if we've got to move back to 260 calls, what that would do for us. $260 calls would be roughly a rally. Yeah, we can take those. PGR 630. I'll start a position in PGR, guys. Alright, let's flip back to SPY here. Still waiting on Oscar. Look at this XPEV, guys. XPEV is starting to move. New high of day. Look at this pushing. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's money in the bank already. Let's do it. Come on. This XPEV is so oversold into a massive daily chart level. We got two upside gaps that it could retest. I mean, we could easily see 18 bucks today on XPEV. 18 bucks. If this squeezes like I think it could, we could see $18, guys. A little bit of resistance here on the hourly chart. Another little falling wedge pattern on EXPV. Come on, keep pressing. Keep pressing. So you filled that one gap. You're seeing a little bit of selling now, obviously with the market. Oscar's still coming into my buy zone. Tesla back to the negative side. Palantir strong today. Netflix is turning red on the session. Nat gas is continuing to climb. Here comes OSCR. Oscar's coming into play, guys. Oscar is coming into play. We're officially into the buy zone, guys, of Oscar. We are officially into the buy zone. Alright, guys, I just took a stab at Oscar. First entry here, 1459. $14.59, first entry on Oscar. And this could be a swing trade. And then my second entry would be at the low of this zone here around 1423. It could even try to pierce 14 bucks, guys. Just an FYI. It is in a heavy sell side trend, downtrend today. So we just need to be mindful of that. But this one is more of a swing trade level, to be honest. SPY's still holding steady here. Nvidia still up 1%. Nat gas is starting to rip here, guys. Natural gas is now starting to try to firm up here. Up 1% on the session. Going for that prior day high. EQT, this is a lagger today. I think this one's going to firm up as well. AR is still lagging a little bit. I think it will firm up as well. Let me just grab some more coffee, guys. Back into things. So watching Oscar, watching XPEV. We're in two long positions, guys. Two long positions in the market. MongoDB. Never officially at my level, but that could still come into our level, guys. I'm still watching Mongo. So XBEV is trying to break out here and push even higher. Sarfer is saying Oklo looking good. Let's look at Oklo. Yeah, so I mean, Oklo is catching that commodity complex. Most commodities are looking very strong today. But a nice little inverse head and shoulders on the 30-minute chart. You're testing and breakout here. So yeah, Oklo, I don't mind if you want to take Oklo calls. It's not looking too bad, actually. This market, I think, could firm up here. OKLO. If you buy the $55 calls as a trade, that could work out today as a 0 DTE. Do they even have 50? Yeah, they have 55s. 55s right now are priced at, the ask is $1.13. So Oklo is looking pretty good, actually. I could see this reattacking prior day high and probably trying to go for this little pivot zone here. So if you want to take a stab at that, Sarfraz, yeah, that's looking good. Our XPEV, guys, is still absolutely moonshotting here, trying to get through this gap. This one is starting to squeeze. Starting to squeeze. I like it a lot. Wow. Off of a short squeeze, XPEV could get to 1822 today. It's your value area low. Look at this move, guys. XPEV, let's go. Oscar's just flirting with, look at XPEV squeeze, guys. It's only up 1.35% and it is ripping face. Here we go. All right, let me grab some more coffee, guys, and then we will keep analyzing this market. SPY right now still holding steady, finding a little bit of selling pressure. But we are long a couple names here. We gave you that SPY level. I know a couple people hit it. It missed me by 7 cents due to some front running, but that's okay. There's always other opportunities in this market. All right. Let me grab that coffee. Come on, XPEV. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. So SPY's going through a little bit of backing and filling here. Looking at SPY, seeing some reversals off of that top wick. IWM still weak on the session, so that could be a little bit of a concern. Electric auto vehicle companies are doing quite well. NIO, very strong breakout chart. Obviously, XPEV is outperforming the market, but coming in slightly with the S&P here in the near term. S&P is trying to hold that prior day low. Oscar's just still lagging here, down 6%, but into a very decent area. Could go a little bit lower still, but we got to take our longs here. Nice oversold condition intraday. Doesn't mean it can't go lower. SPY starting to push up just slightly. SoFi still ripping. nvidia up 1.27. Natural gas still trying to push. AR guys, these nat gas. Surfer saying Oklo going. Yep, Oklo trying to go. Leaving the station. Oklo leaving the station. It's a good commodity play. Commodities are strong today. Oscar's trying to firm up. Yeah, you could easily get a move up on Oklo too on a squeeze, a red to green reversal 59. It's still a strong uptrending chart. A lot of people are trying to play this head and shoulders. You've done a nice healthy back test of this inside green bar candle. It's actually at a very aggressive swing trade level, so that's not even that's also a swing trade level for Oklo. Not just a day trade, swing trade level too. Come on, XBEV. I'm riding XBEV and Oscar, guys, on the long side. Continuously looking for other setups as well. You're seeing a few more stocks turning green. Again, I still think nat gas stocks are due for a really sizable move. These stocks likely will go green. UNG is still trying to firm up here at the highs of its session. Boyle obviously doing well. I wish I held my Boyle shares a little bit longer. That was just a day trade, right? So SPY is still continuing to float here. Can the markets go green? Will the markets go green, guys? That is the question. Let's do a little bit of a poll here. Oscar's trying to firm up. SPY's still trying to press here, guys. Look at XBEV. Come on, XBEV. Keep pushing. Everything is catching a bid here, guys. Everything. Beautiful move on EXPEV. Let's look at some of these other names. Carvana. Look at that move on Carvana. Red to green. Rivian was another name I liked. This one's going to break out of this range and try to go for its gap above 1370. Oscar's firming up. Can we see a red to green reversal on Oscar? You're getting a pretty decent buying program in this tape right now, guys. Really decent buying program. SPY clears this opening range high here. You have a point of control, a lot of volume sitting right around this 623.64. You clear this, there's nothing really stopping it from going to 625. Look at the pump. Look at the pump. Markets are ripping. Markets are ripping. Can we get a squeeze? XPEV's going for a new high of day. Let's go. Let's go. Nvidia is still charging higher. I'm seeing a lot of high short interest names catching a bit of liquidity and volume. What's Chewy saying? Oscar's trying to form a little bit of a base. How's the IWM doing? IWM still doing pretty poorly, down about 0.92%. It really hasn't caught a big a bid like the other names have. SPY. SPY, SPY, SPY. See what these yields are doing on my other screen. So you have the 10-year yield up 1.31%. Perhaps one of the reasons why you're seeing more of a rotation into your mega cap and SPY related stocks. Small caps are lagging the market today. I think because interest rates are a little bit higher. So you're definitely seeing that trend. Crude oil is up 1.42%, so you're seeing a little bit of continuation strength in energy. Meta's still down sharply. Come on, XBEV. Squeeze, XBEV. See that Oklo again. Yeah, look at Oklo. Sarfraz is printing right now. Look at Oklo, guys. We were looking at this opening range. That's breaking out here. It's going for a squeeze. Nice job, Sarfraz. Nice job. It's printing, and so Oklo could hit to 59 bucks today, guys, triggering an inverse head and shoulders. Look at this area, 18% rally on watch. This is why it's a swing trading level on OKLO. Backtesting an impulse green candle. Looked like a head and shoulders was setting up. Market makers love to do this pattern. They love to set up these. I've been caught so many times trying to front run these head and shoulders, and then they just slap you in the face and rip it back to the high side. So, Oklo definitely looking interesting right now. But still forming some higher lows. Looking very strong there on the chart. Very, very strong. Let's look at Tessie again. Tessie's trying to break out. Tessie 315. We still have 4 contracts running for this gap lotto target. Can Tesla head to 315 today? It might. Tesla might head to 315 today. If you're wanting to take a 0 DTE play, by all means, go for it. I'm already sitting in the 315 calls, 4 contracts that we sold in profit yesterday. I'm down slightly on the rest of the runners today. My average is around $1.07. But those contracts will change drastically. Right now they're around 85 cents, but it does look like Tesla's trying to break out to the high day. And that's also part and parcel due to Amazon. So you have your consumer discretionary stocks strong today. That XLY sector is doing well. Nike, on the other hand, getting slaughtered. Wow. Nike, Nike, Nike. Do we have a trade here in Nike? It's aggressive. It's aggressive. New high of day for XPEV. Come on, squeeze this China ADR to the upside. Take us to the promised land, guys. Come on, XPEV. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. SPY is breaking out here. Look at SPY breaking out of that opening range high. We are set for the markets to fill the gap and go positive. If SPY can hold here on the 15-minute chart, basically it swings probabilities drastically in favor of markets going to gap fill. I still had SPY hitting 628 yesterday, which it never ever did. It came up just shy. So imagine we push all the way up to that max move that I calculated yesterday. That would be mind-blowing, and it could happen. Why? Fridays are notorious for gap downs and epic rallies to the upside. You have short coverings. You have people not wanting to hold their shorts over the weekend. It's expensive. Large traders, funds, institutions. So let's see what happens here. But SPY definitely strong out of its opening range. If it can hold this OR high, we should continue to move higher here. Come on, XBEV. Keep holding. Oscar, we're basically up a couple cents here on the trade, but that's more of a swing trading level. SPY is still continuing to grind higher here, pushing to the upside. A little bit more green starting to appear on the screen, guys. A little bit more green. Bitcoin still up about 1.6%. Oscar's trying to make a move, guys. OSCR. Ryan's looking at a hood put. Let's take a peek. Is that a new all-time high? Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. You reminded me. Thank you. That's sweeping highs, guys. That's sweeping highs. Yep. It's looking like a put option here. A little bit higher though. Potentially want to see SPY because SPY is trying to make a bit of a strong attempt at moving higher here. I want to wait on put, but yes, hood is into a short zone, but it should go a little bit higher, Ryan. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Yes, hood is into a swing trade short level, but I want to see it go a little bit higher. Okay, it's aggressive to take it here. I mean, it probably still works out because I see hood going back to at least 91 bucks, but let it go a little bit higher. Um, Billy's saying I'd be careful with hood here. Think it has another pop to 110 or so. Thank you, Billy. So there you go. Billy's suggesting a little bit higher too. 110 is pretty high. That's still about another 9% move from current levels. But the level that I'm looking at is around, just give me a second here. This is the level that I'm looking at, Ryan. See this parallel channel that we're chopping in on the lower boundary? High pivots, so around 104, 105 Pierce. Guys, look what XPEV is doing. New high of day for XPEV. Let's pump it. Come on, take us to above $18 and these contracts would explode. Gap fill on watch. Come on, XPEV. We are slowly just grinding higher and higher and higher. Super bullish. SPY is still trying to push here, guys. SPY is still pushing. Oscar running into a little bit of near-term resistance. Look at SPY go. XPEV new high of day. Let's go. Come on. 1750 calls are printing. I think we can get to this gap fill. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, XPEV is squeezing here, guys. Short squeeze. Short squeeze is setting up. How are Coinbase doing? That's coming in a little bit. Let's look at Sarfraz's Oklo. That's still near the highs of the chart, pushing 57 bucks. Everything is in full-fledged rally mode here, guys. XPEV is printing. We're already up 8 cents a contract on XPEV, guys. Pushing 45% on these XPEV contracts. Yeah, I like 105 too, Sarfraz. I like 105 as well. Oklo's still a monster right now. Oscar's trying to firm up as well, guys. Oscar making a little bit of a shake and move off of our zone. Let's see. Come on, baby. Can Oscar go green? Can Oscar go green? Market is still strong here on this session. Look at SPY go. Ripping faces here. QQQ is almost green, guys. Wow. IWM still lagging a little bit. Look at nvidia just absolutely picking this market up 1.79%. Monster move in nvidia. AMD trying to go green. OKTA still near the lows of the session. Ticker ON trying to break out of its range. This market is looking much better here. Much better, guys. The semiconductor ETF still looking to go green. Huge move. Tesla, look at Tesla going for new highs. 315 on watch for Tessie. Let's pump it, guys. Let's pump this market higher. We are having a rally here. More stocks are turning green on my screen. Here goes Oscar. Everyone could have caught Oscar. We were patiently waiting with that one. Can Oscar make a red to green reversal? Institutions love to do this. Massive, massive gap down right through a huge volume gap here. And Oscar's getting a little bit of a buy program. Beautiful to see. Beautiful to see. Come on, baby. SPY still holding steady right now. SPY is trying to recapture some critical levels. Oscar's ripping face here, guys. We are long Oscar. Again, I repeat, that's also a swing trade level. Everyone should have been able to make some money on Oscar today. We're already up about 1%, but we have more. Come on, Oscar. Give us a move here. Oscar's continuing. XPEV is also still strong on the session. Come on. What else we got going on in the market today? CBNA still putting in bullish consolidation. Tesla wants that 315 gap, guys. It's like a magnet. Tesla's still looking strong. Come on. Come on, XPEV. Print to the high side. Give us another breakout candle. XPEV is running into a little bit of resistance here. A little bit of resistance. This is kind of your previous little high volume zone where you had that gap down on XPEV. I suspect a little backing and filling here. And then a continuation moving. Look at Oscar go pumping to the high side, guys. Beautiful. Amazing. I like seeing that. I like seeing that a lot. Apple's trying to turn the corner, go green. The NASDAQ stocks are pumping. The Qs are going to lift this market up by the scruff of its neck. Look at the Qs. Red to green reversal in effect. Oh my, oh my. Buying the dip is live and strong in full force, guys. Who's buying this dip? Certainly investors and traders are. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Wonderful. Silver. Silver still ripping cheeks here. That's up 3.12%. Oh my goodness, silver. Uranium is strong. Oklo spiking higher. Trying to sweep some high pivot liquidity on Oklo. Wow. Crazy price action, guys. Crazy price action. So the indice that's leading the charge right now is the Qs. I repeat, it is the Qs. So that's what you need to be watching for. It's kind of leading the dance. NASDAQ stocks are definitely the most bullish right now. Bitcoin still testing around that 118 level. But we are long Oscar. We are long XPEV. I hope that people caught that SPY level. Oscar's still trying to make a move back into its opening range. That's a beautiful little sign to see. What else we got going on in the tape? If there's any other tickers you guys see, trade setups, I'm always open to another third trade here. We've got 2 longs on the table. Still watching MongoDB. MDB down 1.77%. That one is coming into a level that we discussed in the pre-market. So we said we'll buy into this zone here around 204.46 to 204 zone. That is slowly melting to the downside. So we may get a trade there on MongoDB. Let's look at Tessie again. Tessie coming in a little bit. Nvidia. Nvidia still a rocket ship freight train to the upside. Nothing stopping this behemoth from going higher and higher. Apple still looking okay. Google hourly chart not looking too bad. A nice little red to green reversal on Google. See Microsoft doing a little bit of backing and filling, but also setting another high of day there. Good pullback here in Microsoft in the near term. All right, what else we got going on? Let's look at Amazon. That chart was looking fantastically bullish on the hourly setup. Look at Amazon. Amazon's going to break out to the high of this wedge pattern. It certainly looks like Amazon wants to run today. The resistance that you're tapping into right now is this, but it does look like it's going to work itself through here and push for another new high of day. If you want to take a look at Amazon calls, perhaps Jeff Bezos is finished selling and the stock can now break out of its basing formation, we'll certainly see. Nike trying to form a bit of a base here. Let's look at Lululemon as well. Not doing too much. How's SMR doing? Because nuclear stocks are strong. So here's the first little pullback you're getting in nuclear stocks, guys. Sarfraz is already long in Oklo. So that is definitely one that's looking very, very good for a pullback and continuation. Testing prior day high. This is technically your entry. If you're wanting to chase Oklo on the long side for a day trade today, this is where you want to enter right off of that prior day high. PDH. So that's looking like an area of opportunity if you're trying to catch a bit of momentum. It is outperforming the market. So right now we're backtesting key supports, guys. We are backtesting key supports here on Oklo. SMR is another nuclear name. Obviously, commodity complex. Uranium is strong on the session. Look at uranium up about 1%, breaking to the high side here, trying to firm up. All right. Let's see what Oscar's doing again. Look at Oscar, guys. Oscar's still trying to bounce here. We're still holding steady on Oscar. SPY going through a bit of consolidation here. You know what? I'm going to get long Oklo, guys. I'm going to take a stab on Oklo. Still up 1.1%. Backing and filling here. All right, guys, high risk here on Oklo. I just entered $56 0 DTE calls. $56 0 DTE calls on OKLO. We're already bouncing here. Look at that bounce on Oklo. Boom. Freaking sniping the lows there. Beautiful. So we're trading long XPEV, long Oscar, long Oklo. Look at Oscar starting to fly here, guys. Oscar is pumping to the high side. Beautiful trade on Oscar. We're pushing almost 2% on that trade. Look at the squeeze coming into Oscar, guys. Beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. I love it. Uranium still going through a little bit of backing and filling here. High volume sell-off on the 15-minute chart. But Oklo gave us a nice little entry. It's aggressive. It's very aggressive, Oklo. On this 5-minute chart of OKLO, actually, let's go to the 15-minute chart. We really want to hold above this previous 15-minute breakout candle. That low, we want to hold above that area for Oklo. Oscar's still continuing to move here. S&P still holding steady. Oscar continuing to grind. Can Oscar fill its gap and go green on the session? All right, you're getting a back test here in OKLO. Uranium still holding steady. Oscar still trying to move. SPY still holding steady. Very strong hourly candle for SPY. New high of day for SPY, guys. New high of day for SPY. Come on. Keep pushing. Keep pushing this market higher here. Bitcoin up 1.83. Tesla is still testing that 310 level. We are long Oklo, Oscar, XPEV. We are green on all three longs for the time being. Come on. Riding the $56 0DT calls on Oklo. Bought the first initial back test. We've been patient, so I'm expecting Oklo, based off of what I'm seeing in this market, for it to actually try to push for 59 bucks. It's quieting down here a little bit. Oklo's still backing and filling. Oscar coming in. Let's look at that S&P 500, seeing a little bit of sell side. IWM still weak on the session. IWM is still inside of that bearish range formation, which is a little bit of a problem. Can see the Q's filled its gap, going positive, seeing some sell side pressure, but the QQQ has an upside target today. Retesting prior day high around 556.82 is your next resistance on the Qs once you work itself through this gap. Then prior day high at 557.30, but the Qs are still looking remarkably strong for the time being, guys. Remarkably strong. Oscar coming through a little bit of backing and filling here. SPY is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure here. So SPY is seeing a little bit of selling. Again, you can see there's a high pivot reversal zone here on SPY. Your aggressive long on SPY would be to buy this back test of your point of control around 623.65, kind of aligning with your opening range high. That is your area to go long SPY if you're wanting to chase calls to the upside. Trigger catching another little bit. SPY's trying to hold steady. Oklo still trying to hold steady. Again, Oklo's trading a bit of the commodity strength around uranium. Look at uranium going for another high pivot breakout. Uranium looks like it's going to charge for new highs on the session. You'll have a little bit of resistance around 37.50. You can see that it's working itself through this 382 fib. You should see a 50% retrace. That could even happen, say, 37.72. Your whole commodity complex is strong. Silver strong. Gold. Gold is strong today. Uranium is strong. Crude oil is strong on the session. Natural gas. So even looking at that commodity basket, DBC, Look at the DBC basket, right? You have commodities showing resiliency today. So that's very, very positive for commodities and the likes. Um, Really, when the commodities are this strong, it actually hurts the main indices, and we are seeing SPY come through a bit of sell side pressure right now. So SPY is actually selling off here, guys. Point of control being tested. Opening range is an aggressive area to go long, guys. Opening range is an aggressive area. The only concerning thing I'm really seeing is that IWM is forming this lower cage bear flag pattern. So that is the problem for equities right now, is IWM small caps are definitely showing weakness today. That's concerning. It's definitely concerning. But if you're wanting to look at SPY for an aggressive opening range high test, you buy this 623.51 zone. IWM still showing some weakness. On for Henry. Wow, big dump there. Yeah, that's down in the session quite nicely. Yeah, it could be setting up for a swing trade. Ticker on. Looks like a bear flag, but if we go intraday, on broke out here. Now you're losing this key area, or at least testing this key area. Could be a fake breakdown occurring on. Let's erase all these areas for now. Daily chart. So this is your bearish consolidation breakout. Now you're back testing. So on is a long as long as you stay above this area. You need to stay above that. You don't want to lose this impulse green candle. So if you're wanting to take a shot on, not a bad area. Does look like it can hold steady here. There's definitely some support, but you don't want to lose this area here. It is weak today, underperforming the market, which is a slight concern, but definitely not looking too bad. Let me pull it up on my other screen just to see what I have here. And that's Roger Federer, right? That's his brand. Yeah, so you have that daily 200 moving average sitting right at 52.20, which is just above the stop loss zone. So there's a lot of support there on. You did get that golden cross. People sold into it. So it is backing and filling a little bit here. Not bad. Not bad at all. But you need to stay above that $52 level. You definitely need to stay above that. Let me see if there's any other things that I can observe for you, Henry. So I have a big volume weighted average price sitting around a pierce of $51 as well. So there is a big VWAP zone around 51 bucks. Let me see what else I can see. Yeah, even if you do break that, $50 to $51 here is still a big level. So you could give it even a little bit more runway to the downside, just depending on whether you're looking at a swing or a day trade. If it's a day trade, on the session today, yeah, you could try to scalp it long here, keep tight stop loss, but if it's a day trade, I would let it personally sweep this little low here. Buying into that 52.30. But for a swing trade, giving it a little bit of room here, call it maybe a 4 to 5% stop loss. I think you'd be okay accumulating in this range. And then if it triggers a 5% breakdown below 50 bucks, then kind of get out of that trade. In terms of volume profile, You're looking at September $55 calls. What are those priced at? And what's the spread? Is there a large spread? We're just watching my contracts right now, so tell me what the spread is between that. You have a big volume zone here on as well. Point of control. Yeah, there's a lot of volume here. It's a big level here. Okay, that's not bad. Yeah, $55 call. September. Yeah, you should be fine. You should absolutely be fine. So what I would personally do if that was my trade, I would be looking at getting into those. You have enough time on those to hit 55 and then some. But I would buy, if you're wanting to buy here, I would at least leave a little bit of ammunition, dry powder, in case you retest this lower boundary support range, okay? But it's not looking bad at all. Not looking bad at all. Let's look back to Oklo here. Oklo's still trying to bounce here. SPY's continuing to fall a little bit. Is that earnings released? August 11th. Yeah, honestly, you should be okay. On's probably going to push to 55 before that earnings report, so. Alright guys, so SPY is now hitting that long level. opening range high. Point of control volume area. SPY longs here are your entry off of that zone that we said. I've got enough long positions that I'm managing. I'm in 3 longs already, so. But the S&P is definitely hitting an area of opportunity here, in my opinion. Let's see if it holds this opening range high. If you lose opening range high, then you're looking at your prior day low at 623, but I think that this will hold here. I still see several charts that are looking pretty decent. Still a lot of red out there on the screen. Everything is pretty much pulled back here in the tape. Mega caps included. Bitcoin above 118, still holding steady. Apple still down 0.6%. Netflix is back to the red side. Natural gas is still holding steady. So Oklo trying to firm up a little bit more. SPY pulling back. Oscar trying to curl up. XPEV still curling a little bit to the downside. Well, the markets go green. 60% say yes. 40% say no. 5 votes. Well, I guess the Qs did go green. But the S&P needs to go green for the poll to be on the winning side of the yes side. All right, Oklo trying to firm up here. XPEV coming through, testing its opening range high candle. So again, this is your back testing on XPEV. Let's look at China stocks going through a little bit of backing and filling. Tesla got sold into pretty decently there. Amazon still holding steady. Google, look at Google breaking out to the high of day. Big push. Nvidia going through a bit of choppy waters. Microsoft still holding steady. Apple pushing lower. Meta really taking on the chin today, falling down. QQQ getting rejected off of its gap zone. IWM going for another new low of day. So it did briefly make a new low of day. So right now, SPY still holding above that previous little zone, but definitely looking low. But Google and Oklo looking strong here. Oscar trying to firm up. XPEV backing and filling. But where's Google going, guys? Where's Google going? This is my most bullish mega cap play. We are writing call options off of that back test of the daily 200 moving average. I think Google has some upside targets. 201 by the year end, if not sooner. That is my upside target for Google. You have one of the most bullish hourly and 4-hour chart setups in Google. If Google can break this inverse head and shoulders, we are looking very good. Alright, flipping back to SPY here. SPY continuing to see some more selling. Back testing that opening range, guys. That opening range high. Everything is going through a little bit of a drawdown right now. Seeing some profit taking in nvidia. Really nasty engulfing candle on nvidia. Really nasty. Tesla's back to the negative side. Apple continuing to come in. Amazon still breaking slightly here. Tesla getting rejected off of its prior day high. Microsoft still holding steady. Sarper saying 623 puts are printing. IWM continuing to break lower here, guys. New lows on IWM. Closing on the 15-minute candle. New lows. IWM could be in for a really choppy session here. You're trying to break an hourly chart volume zone on IWM. So this could be just a rather large sweep on an hourly chart basis. You're piercing some serious levels. This is a lot of volume that's traded in here. You break this, and that sets up for a really nasty session on IWM next week. Oscar's still down by about 5%. Oklo's starting to come in a little bit. XPEV is falling. Oklo coming in. Uranium. That's starting to see some distribution. So look at that Dixie chart. Dixie's also coming in. SPY bouncing here off of its prior day. Still holding opening range high. PTA still dripping lower. Teladoc getting slapped today. NVO, Meta slapped, N face down. KHC down, Starbucks down. NAR, VKTX down on the session. Most stocks are down today. UVTR. Tough day for the swing trading portfolio right now. Taking a bit of a dip on most of my positions. Natural gas going for another new high of day. Natural gas is going for another new high of day. Oscar, come on, Oscar. Push up here. Ticker PEG, still green on the session. Looking very, very bullish in my opinion. SPY still back testing. Again, this is your aggressive zone. I would personally wait to prior day low to get into SPY, but this is very aggressive. You are seeing some accumulation. Oscar, IWM is bouncing. So you are still seeing a little bit. SPY getting a nice bid here. Amazon 224 moon. Yep. Yep. Amazon is definitely ripping here. One of the most bullish mega caps on session. Looking at 225, 226 actually on Amazon. 226 looks like it's on deck. That could even happen today if the market turns green, the S&P. Looking very good, Amazon for sure. Oklo again, trying to move up. We just took a little swing trade in Oklo as well as we're riding the day trade. Again, uranium does look like it's ready to take its next leg higher and sweep these highs. I still have a target on uranium around 40, 50, 41 bucks. So we should see uranium stocks, nuclear stocks absolutely moon in the coming sessions within the next, say, month or so. I do think that they're setting up SMR very similar to, we're just playing Oklo today because it's strong on the session. Look at the S&P 500 again. Starting to firm up off of that opening range high. What else we got going on here? It's now 11 o'clock, guys. Things are slowing down. As long as we stay above this opening range, I think that the markets will try to push for the gap on SPY. Definitely a big divergence between small caps and large caps. Here you have natural gas again, guys. Natural gas doing really, really well. Natural gas looks like it's going to break out and give us a new high of day. So good to see natural gas recapturing some bullish key levels. I like that a lot. Another potential inverse head and shoulders setting up here for nat gas. It is trying to break out as we speak. And what does that mean? That means bullish price action in our EQT. New high of day. Gone positive on the session. Arbitrage opportunity. Breaking out of this falling wedge pattern on the intraday time sessions. At least on the long side of our port, these trades are working out quite nicely that we took. AR, another one that is looking to press into its gap. So those names are at least firming up for us in the near term. All right. But big levels in these natural gas trades. If nat gas gets a continuation momentum boost, then we should see some pretty decent moves in these names. SPY still holding steady here, guys. SPY still holding steady. I'm gonna go silent on the mic for a little bit here, guys. I will tune you into a bit of another traders group as usual. Obviously, if anything drastic happens, I'll hop back on. But I'm right here. I'm just gonna grab some, what is it, 11 o'clock now? Some lunch. And we'll see if we observe any other opportunities and swing trades.
Yeah.
It's almost up 2%.
Bro, they're down there, bullish bear. They're down there.
They are,
They're
bro.
down
They
there.
really
They're
are.
both went up, man. My
Yep,
CNR and
yep.
AMR is
I'm
up.
look. Yeah,
You
I'm
fucking
looking
see
at
this,
both of them.
guys? Everybody
Yep,
called me a conspiracy theorist. They're fucking down there. They're
they
the
are.
laziest hedge fund people in the world. They take all your names. They don't do any work. They just
Like Hood. I don't like Hood, to be honest. I know there's a lot of pump, but remember, you have to think about it from a standpoint, right? How many institutions and traders have known about these tokens released, right? The general public's always late on the session with Hood. So that Hood tokenization is already priced in long time ago. Even the addition and inclusion into the S&P 500, that's priced in long time ago for Hood. Hood's valuation is pretty extreme. I don't even think they're going to execute. I mean, they're a good company, but their valuation is extreme. Very extreme. I mean, for what they're bringing in revenue, their growth, there's a lot of competitors in their space. And I guess what I could see the positive. I don't want to be too bearish on Hood because I mean it's had an outperformance and the stock is strong and it's obviously a good trading platform for the simplicity in its nature, but I guess Hood could potentially get bought out. That I think is what the longer term outlook is for Hood. But if you just look at the valuation metrics, in my opinion, again, others will say different, but my opinion, it's frothy, it's overbought, it's got a huge, what's the right word I'm looking for? It's just a huge valuation to grow into. The expectations are massive, massive. Yeah, SoFi, same as Hood. But again, Wall Street loves these, right? Wall Street loves these stocks that are showing these growth rates, but trying to get some stocks for long term. Um, I would stick with your semiconductors. I think semiconductors still have a lot of growth. You know, we look at the SOXX, and the SOXX still have some really large upside targets, 258 in the near term, and then even 280. They should make new highs. It's had a strong rally. AMD's, oh, so you're already AMD 40% of your report, yeah. I guess you're pretty saturated then. Um, what else would I reckon? I personally like China plays. They have a little bit of risk, but in terms of a fundamental valuation, Alibaba, I mean, stunning growth rates right now. Valuation on a forward 1 year EPS is 1.3x, so cheap. But obviously there's risk with China. I get it. I absolutely get it. But I like China equities. I think there's a lot of value in China, as well as stocks hitting technical support. There's just obviously some risk, but putting a little bit in there. I think there's some consumer staples that are still long-term buys, name like Pepsi, still a long-term buy. KHC, still a long-term buy. Um, what else we got? ICLR, that's been one of my most confident long-term buys. We bought in around 131. Yeah, so they're China companies. A name like Alibaba, Baidu, Tencent, Chegg, XPV, XPEV. They're China companies. They are originate from China, and they call them China ADRs, but they trade on U.S. equity markets, right? They trade on U.S. equity markets. But yeah, they're China equities. They're like Baba's like the Chinese Amazon, right? That's what they call it. Obviously, it doesn't earn as much money, but it's actually showing a little bit better growth rates, in my opinion. Obviously, Amazon has its premium into it. Yeah, I like Chinese equities long term. There's a lot of volatility. Just keep that in mind. Like, I wouldn't be 40% of my port in Baba, but it's certainly interesting. And then I like healthcare stocks. You know, a name like Merck. I think Merck has a lot of upside potential for the long term. Very strong potential. Uh, TMO, very strong potential to move higher. PGR, this is an institutional stock that Berkshire Hathaway trades. This has gone through a really solid pullback. You know, you look at some of these insurance stocks, they're getting beaten down to a pulp. But healthcare and insurance looks somewhat undervalued and interesting. UNH on the long term, I'm just waiting for UNH to dip a little bit more, but UNH obviously from a fundamental standpoint has been decimated by the Trump administration changing of Medicaid. Uh, FedEx, a little bit more of a pullback, but that's also a decent name over the long term. Yeah, UNH has losses, but again, that's all priced in. It's all priced in. I still think there's strong potential for XYZ to push higher here, Square. Nvidia, yeah, Nvidia's growth rate's gonna have to slow down. For a company over 4 trillion now to keep growing at 1.6% interest rate, this is crazy. It's just sucking the market dry. It's insane. So But obviously, Nvidia, I mean, Nvidia is going to have a time where its growth rate slows down for sure, just because it gets to that point where it's so big, it's so difficult to sustain. And that's where you could see a bit of a pullback. But for the time being, semis are still strong, very strong. Home builders look interesting. I mean, if you want to stick some, I don't know. I mean, AMD has definitely lagged Nvidia in all aspects, so it's a tough one. It's a tough one. Um, I think it has upside potential. You know, things can definitely firm up for it, but MDB coming into target. Yeah, MDB is coming into a buy target here, for sure. You think 170 for AMD by the end of the year? Yeah, it could easily hit 170 for sure. The SOX trend is strong right now. Let's look at SPY. SPY still negative on the session. Dumping here on SPY. I honestly think Enphase Energy is a high speculative long-term trade down here. ENPH. I think they're going to make a turn eventually over the next, say, 2 to 4 years. So I think that that's an interesting high speculation play. And again, I do like, I mean, you're saturated in semis, so I wouldn't even mention semis again. What's my favorite energy stock? Well, I really like trading XOM and Valero. Those are kind of the two household names that I stick to, just because they have a lot of institutional backing to them. But right now, um, so did you see CoreWeave collapse after buying a company? So the reason why purchasing a company is bad, this is a bit of a fundamental observation. The purchasing of a company is bad because it dilutes your current shareholders, right? So it's a big acquisition purchase. That's why CoreWeave collapsed. All right. Typically, investors don't like acquisitions and spending of capital. It's typically bad. Now, obviously, long term, CoreWeave thinks it's a smart business acquisition, but it's just a matter of whether that company does well or not. Sure. Thanks, JP. Thanks, JP. You know, but you got some interesting names in the energy space as well. There's some decent companies that are positioned a little bit differently. I do like again nat gas stocks down here, EQT. I think those are positioned to do well. I still think natural gas could have a very strong end of year rally. You know, this could be a really large shakeout fake out, guys. This could be a weekly breakdown off of tensions de-escalating, but you know, if nat gas holds these areas, nat gas could try to push for $5 again. I still had it priced in that we had a really strong end of year rally. It just obviously this news from Israel, Iran, tensions subsiding kind of spooked investors and they started dumping it right away. But be careful with oil. Oil's a weird one to trade right now. Oil's just in this really, really weird channel. Still technically holding above 66, but oil's a little bit iffy here. Almost looks like oil wants to break down and retest $62. So, but my longer term oil target of 56 was hit. We're back above this key zone. But if oil starts to break down, we could easily go back to 56, and then even $50 a barrel could potentially come into play for crude. I would be a big buyer down here. I don't hold any crude longs right now. All right, let's look at what SPY is doing again.
Just on the Canadian side in aerospace, like Bombardier is running, but there's another company that has just been, I mean, I think I've got a double on it right now. It's called Magellan Aerospace, MAL. The weird thing about this company is it's owned by Murray Edwards of, you know, C&Q Natural Resources, like one of the main oil producers in Canada. He owns a secret, not a secret, but like an aerospace company on the side.
Interesting. I'm looking into this one.
Anybody into any Canadian hydrogen plays?
For real? Hydrogen?
Yep.
Is this becoming a real thing?
Yep.
I was hopeful on hydrogen when I first, entered the market, and my play on that was Chart Resources, GTLS. But it like the more I looked into it, Butters, the more it seemed like it was just not cost effective. But you think it's still going to push through? Like,
From what I'm hearing, yeah, where I was last night, yeah, they're talking about it. I'm just trying to see what tickers you're talking about.
Trump talks about hydrogen, like throws it in
GTLS,
once in a while.
yeah. And then Europe, when the war happened and Europe did its big repower Europe, and they threw all this money at energy coming off of like the Russian supply, they had a huge segment for hydrogen. And then within a year, all like the analysts were like, oh, this is bullshit, it's never going to happen. And so they kind of like backtracked on it. So I've just became skeptical of it in general.
Well, we'll just wait and see. Apparently, Carney wants to invest in a couple of Canadian companies I heard about.
I believe it because it's like on the green agenda, right? They'll probably throw money at it. The more I dug into it from like a technical perspective, the more it had a lot of problems. The biggest thing with it is the pipes for that kind of energy, because it's so like the molecules are so small. The pipes have to be like top tier, which is why I like GTLS, and there were a couple other cryogenic companies. So it just like has to have this other level of infrastructure that's really expensive. Look, Mary just threw us a ticker, HDRO, hydrogen.
Yeah, I was just told I gotta wait 4 or 5 days, and then I'll let you guys know what I've been told. HDRO, I don't know about.
No, that chart looks fishy.
Jeffrey leaves as soon as Google starts catching that bid. Yeah, my 180's up 50% so far. Let's go. Is anybody here?
Yeah, hey, listen.
Yes,
Yeah, see,
sir. Yes, sir. Sir.
180's coming in for Google, 200K in premium, July 18th.
Yeah, no, I got the 182 and a half for next week.
That
Got the 180s for today though.
the option flow came in at 11.27, 11.28, let's say.
Look at Workhorse. Look at this push. Oh, shit.
Dragonfly almost up 6%. Big Kev.
I see that. But look at Workhorse. $4. Cleared that four. I said it was gonna clear the four.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Clear the four. Let's go for sure.
This would be a nice 30-minute candle close. Over $4. I told you 408, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Where we at? I'm locking in profits up 40%, but this thing's probably gonna squeeze. Man, this was a nice play. In and out, in and out.
Mm-hmm. I have over $4. I have 545. 819. 1450.
Okay, so that time I was in. The first time was 286 to 324. This one was 292 to 396. So I'm
Let's
sure to
go.
pull back again. Come on, Google, let's fucking go. Let me get this 100% so I can knock off some of these contracts. Let's go. Set the sell limit to sell most of these at 100%.
Let me post this in here too. This is fucking hilarious, bro.
Okay, so three-quarters of my contracts up 133%. Google 180, zero DTEs. I got some runners. Let's let these runners go. Got 20 contracts left. Let's see what they do. I still have the 182 and a halves for next week. Jeffrey leaves when this motherfucker takes off and starts running, 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 running. Let's go.
This is twice this week I've posted stuff about a couple tickers, and the next day it went ballistic. First one was Home Depot, and this now it's Google. Look up in the nest. You'll see the Google thing I did 15 hours ago. I'm in the Google
That just means you charted well. Pat yourself on the back, but don't break your wrist, and we're gonna move forward.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying for the Google, I'm in the $200 calls. I know you guys are in the 180s, but I'm out to August. Yeah, this dragonfly is moving. It's getting violent right now.
So another one that's moving right now is UMAC. I still got the 12 and a half. I got the 12 and a half that expired today. Lottos, man, these are starting to pick up, and this thing is about to push. I'm up 29% so far. Let's go.
Let's go. Brazil saying they're going to do reciprocal tariffs if the U.S. tariffs don't taco. Not its exact words though.
But the Brazil tariffs just don't make sense. We have surplus with them.
Yeah, that's what he said too. He's like, he's wrong. There's a surplus here.
He said if they don't taco, that's perfect. Yo, the White House is posting some unreal stuff, bro. I'm like, these guys. The,
They've been doing that for a
first it was
while.
the panicking stuff. Now it's the Superman stuff. Trump is Superman. I'm like,
I mean,
yo.
yeah. But I just pay
It's all made
attention
to
to the
confuse you,
dollar
man.
chart.
Surf Air Mob $10.
Woo!
Yep.
Screaming up. So is UMAC. Jesus. Paying for selling early.
Yeah, UMAC is loved by the market.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't want to be a party pooper. Just pay attention to the Dixie chart, though. It's breaking out of the trend line. Daily trend line.
Yeah, I'm not. That's not true. I have a couple calls. But
Yeah, I'm not saying like it's gonna happen today, but like just we are like pretty high up, and if dollar's going to bottom out and bounce, then it could be issue for risk assets.
This is
so you think the dollar's going to go higher?
Yeah, look at the chart. I posted it in the comments, but I'll put it in the nest.
Oh, it's all right. I'll check it out in the comments.
And it's creating a pretty good bull divergence too. So this is on the daily.
okay. Google pushing. Wow. You guys are gonna get your 180s on Google.
We got earnings starting next week, right?
Yeah. Let me close.
Already.
What's up next week? Monday we have TSMC, Verizon, and Domino Pizza before open.
Silver's up 4%, 4.5% right now.
Oh,
Holy shit.
interesting. Next Tuesday we have Coca-Cola before open, Lockheed Martin, RTX, GM, DHI, Sherwin-Williams, PBR, Halliburton. Next Tuesday is going to be big.
These last 20 Google 180s fuck around and go, what thou wow.
Let's go. Congrats on those 180s.
Bought them for 12 cents. These are $12 contracts.
Let's go.
Holy shit. must be doing pretty well on your UMAC right now, Kev. I'm up 25%.
I was just looking at that. What am I up? Give me a sec.
New high a day.
43%. I'm up 43%.
Let's go.
Ooh, if UMAX squeezes,
Yeah, there's no positioning above it, so there's not going to be any market maker that's going to.
look like it wants to go to 13.
Yo, BB, can you look at the Joby? If you see any
Yes, sir.
What's up, guys? Sorry, I don't know if anybody.
Google is what's up.
Yeah,
That's what's up, Google.
I fucking, of course, I fucking sold out of my 180s at 10 cents, which I got 100
What?
commons, and now they're at 30 cents,
Oh,
like 200%.
I came up here just to say I still have 180 runners from yesterday. I got
Motherfucker.
5 of them.
let's go.
They fucking. I'm the most
Bro, these
paper-handed
motherfuckers,
dude.
bro, these motherfuckers is not at no motherfucking 30 fucking cents.
Don't
These
even tell me.
motherfuckers is at 70 cents, bro. You tripping,
Fucking
bro.
A, dude. That would have been
I'm up
7 grand.
I'm up 400, I'm up 450%.
Fuck, that would have been 7
I
grand
was
right
screaming,
there.
where are you at? I was like, where's Jeffrey?
So
Where's I said,
here's
oh, he
where I was
leaves when
at.
it breaks out.
Just here's where I was at. I was at converting my options to stock on Gossamer Bio, GOSS, and Nectar Therapeutics. I had a shit ton of options, and Nectar did a 1 for 15 split, and my options. I'm still up, fucking huge. And then I was just like, dude, I want the stock because I think it's a $50 stock, and so it took me forever to figure out how to do it. Because of the split, and so I converted it to stock and watched the market. And I was
So I'm
like,
locking in profit on my 182 and a half that expire next week up 100%. Leave a couple
watching the market go down. I was just talking about it. Put a stop loss in it. Took me out, and then it fucking ran.
Yo,
like
Google
180.
180. Google 180. 180.
Yeah, thanks.
Google been over 180.
180.
Google's at 180.30. Google been over 180. Yeah, I'm
Fuck
at
me.
600% on these 180s, bro.
Most volume of the day right now on Google.
Yep.
Fuck
Told you
me.
these are going to thou wow, bro.
Fuck.
I'm going to put a trailing stop on these things.
Swear to God, if I stop out, you guys.
Jeffrey,
buy.
I had 100. But I at 130%, I took 80 off, and I've just been riding the 20.
I actually had 125, right? And I fucking sold it all flat, like a fucking moron.
Yo, Bull Bear.
733%. 766. This is a thou wow, bro. Let's go.
Fucking go, bro.
Good job, guys.
Fuck
What
me.
expiry are you looking at, Bull Bear, for Joby?
September and next year.
That's 10x, Kev. I had them at 10 cents. They're now 100.
Yeah, I got mine at 12 cents. You were in cheaper than I am.
Fuck.
I'm at
Yeah, you guys
890%.
bought those? Fuck, nut props, man.
Yeah, I bought them 925. I'm almost at a thou wow, bro. I'm gonna close 18 up at a thou wow, and I'm just ride.
Thank God you guys stayed in. Jesus Christ. Fuck. I even had the 177.50s that I sold for 100%. What are they at now? Wait, 177.
I mean, mine are from yesterday, so they're only up 100%, but
300%.
yeah, going from 10 cents, it's crazy.
300%, the 177.50s. The 10-cent ones would have been, I could have bought my wife her fucking motorcycle.
Next trim on my 182 and a half, up 125% for next week.
So, Bull Bear, on Joby, I have a little bit of positioning at 13, but if it goes over 13, it's going to 15. There's not any real resistance on the gamma profile I'm seeing.
Yeah, I grabbed this morning. I grabbed the 2027s, 15 January 2027s, but I also have some 13s for August 15th.
A shit ton of positive positioning at $12. A lot of the positive positioning's all below.
Yeah.
My trail hit on those. I think I ended up being up 125%.
Yeah, mine just hit too at like 600%. Oh, and then it bounces right after it slaps me up out this bitch. Oh no, it's still going down. I'm good. I ate on that though.
You know what's crazy?
Now it's time to UMAT.
Yeah, UMAX squeezing.
There's some serious volume that just came in on this Joby 15-minute chart. And candle is printing a morning star reversal as well.
Yeah, no, it looks good to the upside.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw your PBR post up there, Bull Bear. Gives me a little confidence.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna hold my shares in that.
I looked at it yesterday. The quick glance I did at PBR looked nasty to me on the chart, but today it's looking a little bit more constructive.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had that nasty drop on the tariff announcement.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I'm gonna sit
They
on the
have
side. And let things sort out.
they have $111 billion earmarked to be spent between now, beginning of this year, to 2029.
Do
111 billion.
tariffs even affect PBR?
I don't even think so, bro. I'm pretty sure it does, but
The only way I could think about it is if the economy goes to shit because of tariffs. You get in a recession because of.
Yeah, but then you're into macro land, and no one knows
You're
what
in
the
macro
fuck's going
land.
on.
You're always in macro land in oil, to be honest with you.
Yeah, true that.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if the tariffs applied to oil, because even with respect to Canada, who's I think is now up to 35% flat tariff, it's carved out for oil.
And Google's back up pumping here. I don't know though. It seems like it's lost a little momentum. Jeffrey, I was not talking to you, man.
Yo, Jeffrey ready to come through the
I fucking
computer.
hate myself, dude. I do this all the fucking Amazon probably up goddamn 8x from yesterday and paper handed that. I'm sick of paper handing shit.
Jeffrey, now you should understand that when me and you both are on the same page, that motherfucker probably gonna rip.
Dude, and it's just
It's gonna
$1,000,
magoo.
like a fucking $1,000. Like I shit that right, like every day in this room. And I just I better fucking go flat. It's 10x, dude, more than 10x.
Now, would you guys want to play another drone play that people might rotate into from UMAC? Are you thinking
I'm
along
already
those lines?
I'm already in one. Yep. And I was gonna ask you, were you here earlier? Look at Dragonfly, DPRO.
Mm, yeah. Yep. Do they have a defense connection? Because that's what I'm looking for in drone stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
So they currently have a contract with Cochise County for border security. So I mean, if that isn't like
Yeah.
defense enough for you, then I don't know what is. And also they just had their first initial shipment of some of their smaller modular drones to a major prime defense contractor, but they didn't. It's unnamed though, so we're just waiting for that to be named.
Big Kev, real
Ooh, I
quick.
like that market cap too. It's very low.
I'm gonna delete some of my posts out of the Nest because this app is starting to get glitchy again.
I wouldn't do that. Just leave it alone. It's glitchy when there's nothing up there, so
Okay.
it just is what it is. It's a glitchy app. They don't. To me, that Nest don't have shit to do with it. Whoever said that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Okay.
Yeah, X doesn't make money on spaces, so they're not gonna put money into it. There's like no ads on this shit or anything, you know.
Yeah, but
Bro, it's the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life because I sit up here with nothing in the nest and that motherfucker be glitchy. I mean, it's a good theory, but it's false.
Visa's hit my target of 33.4782.
Yo, DPRO up 8%, 420.
Yeah, I just hopped on DPRO. Just commons though.
Yeah, I just don't. It don't have an
You
option
don't have
chain.
options.
Like,
Oh yeah, it's only it's like a $25 million market cap, which I like. So that's cool.
so they have earnings on the 12th of August, and I believe that the shipment for the partial shipment that's going to be included in their earnings, and the contract that they have with Cochise County. So I like that for the
But
upside.
I was trying to buy AIRO yesterday, but my broker wouldn't let me buy it. So I actually bought Ag Eagle yesterday, UAVS.
Oh God, no! I feel sorry for you.
Why? Ag
I,
Eagle's up
you,
15,
bro.
20% since I bought it. What up?
So you clearly wasn't here. I've lost 10K on that garbage.
AIRO? I haven't
No,
looked at it.
UAVS.
Yeah, UAVS is garbage, dude. Don't touch that.
It's a garbage. Do not touch that one, bro.
It's
Trust
a
me.
scam. It's a straight up scam.
Yep, it is a scam.
Take your money and
I'm
run.
up 20%. You're saying everyone's
Yeah,
telling me to cut this shit? All
take
right.
your fucking 20% and
I'm
go.
not attached
I'm
to
not
this
telling you to do.
motherfucker.
I'm not telling you to do anything. I'm
No,
telling you to look at. I'm telling you to look at your technicals and have your pay attention to
So
your
all
risk
these like
management
little
strategy and
news,
do what's
yeah,
best for you.
all these little news items are like, yeah, they're working with an Israeli defense thing and blah blah blah. That's all bullshit.
bro.
Okay, I'm gonna post some things up in
I
the
mean, I
nest
believe
here. Okay,
you guys. Thank you, V.
so the UAVS used to be on the military approved list, but they've been bumped off.
There you go.
So they're so there's only 3 publicly traded companies in the small drone segment which is what the whole Hegseth announcement was about yesterday. It's Red Cat, but UMAC gets a sympathy play with that. The other one is Parrot out of France, and I even found a photo of the drones that Hegseth had in front of him, and one of Parrot's drones was right there. And the third one is the Prime Teledyne. Um,
Yeah, I bought
so
Teledyne.
anything that's
Teledyne's a
not,
great company. They're bigger though.
yeah, but it's for me, it's because like I don't like because they're a prime, like this is just a segment, so I don't know how much they get like a boost from it, right? And then the one that Big Kev is talking about, Dragonfly, they're not so much military, but home like security, like border patrol security, and they are not on the blue military list, but they're in the pipeline to get commercial industry green list. So there's 2 lists out there now for small drones. The blue list is military certified, and now there's a commercial industry list called the green list. So once your company's on these lists, it opens up pipelines.
Can you post
So
that? Can you post that
Ondas
up top
and
for us?
Dragon,
You said.
yeah, I'm going to. Ondas and Dragonfly currently are not on either list, but they're in the pipeline for the commercial approval.
If you Google it
I'll post
to
it.
Google AI will give you a whole list of all the companies implicated as well. Does a pretty good job.
Hey,
So,
Kevin, this
so between RCAT and UMAC for longer play, right? If this is gonna go somewhere, where do you what do you like out of those or both?
They go together, right? UMAC is a component. They build the first person viewer components, and they've got Donald Trump Jr. on the board of directors. So it gets a bit of
Okay.
juice from that. So Red Cat, UMAC, and Paladine (PDYN) kind of all move together, but UMAC definitely is loved by the market.
UMAC, I just see a lot of put flow coming for UMAC, so be careful, Kev, on your one day.
Kevin, those Amazons that we took yesterday are now 300 something percent. And obviously the Google's 10x. Fucking awesome room if you would have held.
Thanks, V.
I cut my Ag Eagle 20% profit. It's good.
Congrats. I can't tell you. I mean, I made good money on it when it first came out because I bought it in like it was under $1, and that thing I think ran up to like $15. I woke up next day and that thing was at $15.
Yeah, I think it was like ChatGPT was telling me. Let me pull up that Chat. It was like telling me Ag Eagle.
I saw SoFi had some puts come in for August 1st, $20 strikes, 250K in premium. And D-Dog, I saw some call flow come in, 150s for August 8th.
Ooh, I like the D-Dog one, man. That will be good. 150.
That seems, I don't know. Right now on the 1 hour chart, it looks
So
like a
for
range.
so for SoFi, you said that was 20K in premium.
No, 250K in premium.
Okay, 250K. All right.
Yeah, I only look at options that come in with over 100K in premium.
Yeah, and there's an M pattern forming on SoFi 10-minute chart right now.
ChatGPT was telling me the best drone company is actually private. Skydio. Do you know about them, V? No, we don't need to talk about it.
Yeah.
100%. They're the largest manufacturer in the States, but they get their batteries from China. So I posted up in the blue list. The other one, of course, is Anduril, who's going to like benefit massively from this. Also, the other good private companies are Saronic. They do USVs, surface vessels, and Shield AI.
Bitcoin is dumping.
Yeah, Nvidia is getting a pullback too.
Still got my
Google's
QQQ puts.
Might call it a week.
So Bitcoin, if you follow like CMEs, right, there's a gap at 114 from yesterday. It created that gap in the hour of maintenance that we had. They went from 114 to 120 in that gap. So there's a gap there at 114.3.
On the Qs, if it doesn't hold 554, it's going to waterfall.
Yeah, I'm waiting on the waterfall, bro.
All negative positioning.
Yeah, I got the 554 puts for today, and I got the 550s for Monday.
That's what I was gonna say, 550s. That's what I'm looking at for Monday. That's where all the peak positive is below. Everything above is peak negative from here on out. That's a pretty good bet.
Wow, what the fuck? I had the 6280s. I don't know, 5 minutes ago. It's been going down. How did they take me out of? Someone must have fucked up. I got 100% on the 6280s. I had a sell order, and it took me out at 3 something. What the fuck? I thought I was
Nice.
down. That must have been someone getting out at, I don't know, because we're not even close to that. That's weird, but it said sold.
I've done that before.
I'll take it. I was thinking
I've been the fucker upper.
50% loss. I actually got a.
It's a free market, man. Sometimes people put in bad orders.
That's what I think it was. I thought I was gonna cut it at 50% loss, and I'm looking at it, and I'm out at $3.40 per con.
I do that often, updating my stop orders, forgetting that it's not a stop and it's still a limit order and sell.
Thank you. I mean, it doesn't help the goddamn Google mess, but
You didn't buy calls instead of.
no, I looked. It was calls. I bought calls, and it took me out at 100%.
Man, I'm trying to see a waterfall today. I'm trying to see a waterfall. Can I see an M pattern? M pattern, Jeffrey?
On the Qs.
One second, let me try to figure this out. How did that happen?
On the Qs, it looks like it's going to go sideways. Is what I'm.
Yeah,
feeling.
guys, I bought it for 185, 10 cons, and got out at $3, and it's been going down. I don't know how that happened. Charity, I'll take it.
So, have you ever been looking at your contracts and the underlying hasn't moved, and you've seen it go from you being up 12% to being up like 150%? Then you go back down to 12%.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
you got caught up in that. However that fluctuation works, your sell limit got snapped in that.
So what I'm thinking, it could be like a spoof, or like, what do they call those, spoof bets or whatever, where they. I don't know. I have no idea. And maybe it spooks someone because it's only a few contracts.
I'm thinking to have something to do with how the dark pool gets injected into the market.
Let's get a dump. I need to get that 10x, dude, that you guys all got. What I'm looking at, what I'm looking at,
554s.
What I'm looking at, it looks, the SPX looks bullish to me. You're
hold on, Jeffrey, hold on, BB. Use your outside voice when you talk, man. Can't nobody hear you.
Oh, maybe my mic is not that great. Yeah, they're adding to the 554s. So I think we're going to be just trading sideways for end of day on Qs.
Okay.
I'll update if it changes.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. So what I'm seeing on the SPX is we're starting to pinch on the Bollinger Bands on the 5, so it's getting tight. You're right on the mid bull. To me, it looks like, and I know we're gonna laugh, it's kind of like a lightning bolt pattern. It could go to the upside, but or it could just trade sideways. But it's good. I don't know about a big dip unless obviously news comes out. Let me look at the gamma. Yeah, they're adding everything on top. 6260, 6265, 6270, 6275. And we're at 6260. So a lot of they're painting the tape on top for gamma. We'll see.
Now it's tanking. Look at him.
What's tanking?
No, SPX just got a big red candle to the downside.
MT, can you be careful with the word tanking?
Oh yeah, I got it. Sorry. Just trying to make fun of Jeffrey, but
All you got to do is say Google 180s. Had 125 cons. Could have made over 10K in a fucking day. No, I had to get smart and fucking convert options.
If you look at the ES chart, Kev, on 4 hours, doesn't it look like a McDonald's pattern?
Oh,
I just said that. Bro, it's crazy. I just said, can the Qs form an M? Nobody was listening, though.
I've been watching that McDonald's pattern since if it was kind of forming on ES. But yeah, that's a good call. It needs to break though 62.70 to have a real waterfall though on ES.
There's a lot of negative positioning on SPY for Monday in this range. 623, 620, all the way up to 628.
I mean, if you made a shit ton of money this week, and you probably did because we got so many opportunities. I mean, why risk it going into next week?
YOLO, what do you think about crypto this weekend?
I like it. I think it's gonna be alts that are gonna be running because I don't think Bitcoin's gonna just fall apart here. I think it's gonna hover around all-time highs, and it should give like smaller plays the runs this weekend. So look.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. CNR, $74. Higher day. CNR.
It's funny, YOLO, you said it would give smaller plays the runs, and it kind of made me laugh. But anyway, I know what you meant. Yeah, it's just in my experience, Bitcoin intraday on Friday just doesn't do much intraday on Fridays.
Yeah, I would like Bitcoin to do nothing and just go sideways. That way you can have the alts run this weekend. That's the plan. Because they will catch up. They'll play the catch up play.
Well, that's how the small fries always do it, right? They always play catch up.
Yep. So keep an eye on the ones that Robinhood has listed, right? Like XRP, Cardano. Your normies are gonna wake up and just.
Did you see XLM?
Yes.
Stellar Lumens? Yeah.
I mean, again, these are just play them, bro. Don't invest in them. Just ride it and get out if you get your pump. The charts are setting up. They're really nice on those.
Doesn't XLM ride with XRP though?
Yes, that's why you'd rather play XRP because that's the leader of those two.
Yeah.
I think we're going to dump on Qs.
Oh, that's why I've been seeing comfortably in my. I've just been adding on the pumps. I've just been adding to my contracts for today and for Monday.
The gamma's all over the place, so it's hard to get a good read on it. But I think it's
Hey,
it's going to dump.
Hey BB, can you do gamma for next week on rig? Do you see the $3?
I got you, Jeffrey. 1 sec.
Oh, please, thank you.
Google is printing a hanging man on the 15-minute chart. Google.
Oh, you only care about next week expiry, Jeffrey?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
See if we get the same thesis.
Because I'm seeing $3, guys. But
yeah, there's a shit ton of position at $3
yeah,
right
peak's definitely at 3. Far and away, peak gamma there.
Nothing
peak Vanna
above
is at 3. There's a little bit above on the Vanna for 350. Yeah. Oh.
But on Charm is pretty high on the $3. It's gonna be a tough fight.
Yeah, once it gets close to Friday, people will start selling.
I don't know if you were here, Jeff, but when we were talking before that VG looks really good on the 1 hour, or it was on the daily. I can't remember. Let me check. Yeah, on the daily has a huge cup and handle.
thanks, guys. So I'm seeing your guys'
AES will probably go to 15 next week.
I'm seeing your guys' M on SPX. If it breaks below 62.50, that's the middle of the M. I don't know what you would call that. And we could see the lows, which is 62.39 area, 62.40.
Silver and gold going to keep pumping. Anyone disagree with that? Next week?
there's a lot of
I
options
agree
flow
with the
came in for
gold.
silver.
I agree with the
Silver
gold.
40. Silver 40, man. That's an easiest play.
Because I have silver options expiring next week. They for $35 SLV.
Sorry,
And
guys. Just real quick, because I know Bull Bear's in it. Joby, I see a ton of call flow that came in for the $8 strikes July 18th.
Let's go.
Almost, yeah, a little bit over 1 million.
Nice. Let's go. That's what I like to hear, baby.
$10, $7, $6, $8.
Wow. They love this thing.
God, Coinbase, that thing, when that thing moves, it moves. It's rolling over. To me, it looks like it. Let me see the hourly. Yeah.
120K bet on UMAC, $15 strike for August 15th.
Oh. Daily's still bullish as hell.
Oh shit, Big Kev. Look at Rivian 15-minute and 10-minute chart. H playing out. On Rivian, RIVN.
Yeah, it's playing out right now. Shit, I mean, we late on this. We chasing it now. With the daily. Nah, we're not chasing it. We actually are early.
Well, I guess I'm way earlier because I'm in the, what is this? 1250 put for September 19th, but I'm down $25 a contract. So you could look at those. They're only 96 now. You got a lot of time.
YOLO, do you play the futures on crypto?
Yes, I play CME and perps.
Which one do you play normally? Like the Solana or the
No, Bitcoin.
Ether?
Bitcoin only.
Bitcoin? Yeah. Okay. The NBT one?
On the CME one, like on traditional account, it's Bitcoin only. But the others, like the perp accounts, I play everything.
Yeah.
dude, perps are wild, man. What max do you go next to leverage?
I would just stick to like 10 max.
Okay. Who? I don't know who it was. Maybe it was Queenie saying she does 50x sometimes.
Yeah, you could do 50 up to 50x on Hyperliquid, and some offer like 100x.
And you can get in and out.
Yes.
Jesus fucking.
It was either Queenie or it was Bones who says that.
Man, I forget. That's why I'm not sure. I don't
Both.
want to.
It's Bones.
Queenie uses 50x for sure. I've heard her say that.
Yeah, but you get, again, guys, when somebody says I did a 50x position, you got to look at the position sizing, right? You could put $10 on 50x, and it's, you know.
Yeah, and you better be scalping that because that's like that shit'll be gone in like 10 seconds.
Yeah, you could get you could get liquidated. So you got to be careful. That's why position sizing matters when you do high leverage.
Yeah, man, I did some degen stuff on what was that perp platform? I forget the name of it. KuCoin.
Yeah, I don't recommend anyone do perp leverage positions. If you're,
it's very degen, yeah.
Yeah, I would not. I would stay away from that. I've gotten wiped out like 50K overnight when FTX collapsed. I had a long position open and it cleared it cleared me out on that.
And you get tempted to add liquidity too if you're down, and it's like, gosh,
that's a mistake you're making because you're dollar cost averaging, and you could definitely lose everything if you do that. Because all it takes is like one FTX style collapse, and that's why you see people got wiped out yesterday, right? They had all these shorts open at 114, and somebody took them out, and the wick all the way to 120 on Bitcoin, took out everybody.
Yeah, and the insiders on these exchanges know where all those levels are.
Yes. Yep. Correct. So I just trade it. I don't invest.
Butters, did you bring up, and I'm sure you did, and I didn't fucking pay attention, INKT? That was one of yours, right?
Yeah, it was. I made some money on it when he
Fucking
called about.
A.
Well, what is it now?
Like $55 or $50?
Oh yeah, I sold it at 57.
It's $62.
Oh, it's 62.
I'm just
I
looking.
sold like 57 or something of that.
It's
I
up
don't even remember.
What the fuck is this thing?
700% today.
Yeah.
What is it?
I have no idea, man. He called out. It looked like a breakout. I just took it. The chart was good. It's a therapy. It's some kind of biotech.
What?
There's some nice volume coming into that one.
It's some T cell natural killer. I don't know. They probably cured cancer.
Yeah, it's called mink or something, right? So but
Congratulations, another fucking monster, man.
65.
yeah, I only made like $600 with it. So
$65 now.
yeah.
Yeah, broke out, pulled back, and broke out again.
Butter special, man. He gives you a ticker. Just don't even research it.
Nope.
Ape it.
Yeah, I just play the chart. I mean, these are like high momentum ones, right? I mean, the volume is there, so you just need to chart it. Don't
Okay.
FOMO, buy support levels.
What I've noticed, it's the 2 million to 4 million floats that Butters finds, and especially his 2 million ones, and they just fucking rip. They just go.
Yeah, he'll message and say, "Hey, keep
It's
an
the
eye
2
on this."
million floaters. This is under 4 million. So
Yeah, he'll say, "Keep an eye on this," and I just like, okay, and I just buy it.
Oh fuck! It went from $10 to fucking.
YOLO, did I not tell you SQNX?
Yes, you did. You did.
At $1.40,
What's it at?
right?
You did.
What's it at now?
I don't know, $5.
Oh my god, 500%. Nice job, Butters. Your thing moved fucking almost 700% in stock. This INKT. Congratulations.
Yeah, I mentioned it like an
Price.
hour ago. I told you guys keep your eyes down.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah, but just to be fair, an hour is nowhere near enough time for me to make a decision on something. So all that I mentioned an hour ago, to me, that's nothing. That don't mean anything to me.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeffrey.
No, please. No, I just was just going to talk about it.
I just wanted to bring up Ag Eagle again, UUAVS. I found that chat. It says on July 7th, they teamed up with an Israeli AI firm. And then in June of this year, Sweden bought shit for their public safety, the EB tech. So that's why I was like, oh, this looks positive. Like it's a small, tiny company getting like military public safety partnerships. That's why I bought it. But you guys are all like super negative, so I don't know. That's all. I just wanted to put a bow on that one.
Look at the chart and look how many times it's reverse split. Look at all those spikes.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell. Like I said, bro, my invest. I made a boatload of money on it, but what I had left was 10K, and it went from 10K to 0K. So it reverse split until it went down to nothing. And it's just last year I was like, you know what? Let me.
I see
That's what
those
they do.
splits.
Hey,
And then they do that on every spike. You'll see it. They do that.
One for 20, one for 50. Yeah, those are nasty.
so if you guys remember, we were stuck in that range yesterday. We're in a range today. 62, 64, 45 on SPX is the kind of the ceiling. and 62.51 area is kind of the floor, right? And we just been range bound. That's why it looks like an M. It goes to the top, comes back down, goes to the bottom, comes back up. And I think end of day yesterday is when we broke down. Remember, we broke down right at the end of the day, the last 10 minutes. So if we stay in this range, do we do the opposite and break up, or do we break down again? I mean, well, if we're in this range, if the last 10, 15 minutes, just look for that range break out or break down. Just my quick 2 cents, because that thing, I remember I bought the puts. Remember, they went from $1 to like $7. I got out at 3, but this could do that. And I'm not saying the direction yet, but it could be very similar to yesterday. Just quick 2 cents. Sorry, guys. I don't know if that makes sense.
I mean, bro, but you're like 4 hours before, like, we need to even start thinking about how the last 5 minutes of this market is gonna go.
Just my
like
brain.
It's lunchtime.
Yeah, no, I agree. Just my brain going to what I'm looking at right now. Sorry. Yeah, it's way early to think like that, but that's what I'm thinking about.
Bro, it's so early. This market can have 3 more moves.
100%. Yeah, I just for some reason I just think out loud, and I sometimes say my thoughts, to you guys.
Yeah, I threw a screenshot of that chat in the purple pill down there on UAVS. Not a big deal.
think rig goes over $3. Hopefully. I got about 1,000 cons around 4 to 5 cents.
So back in Google, but this time the 182.5s for today, Super Lotto.
Which one?
The 182.5s, the 182.5s.
Yeah, that's my middle name, bro. Especially when you talk. Have we looked at the banks? What are the banks doing? Remember, JP Morgan's always
Yeah, I don't know. You're right. You're not wrong. I just know what Google's done. Google already had a nice push.
You already fucking got your
pullback.
1,000%er, bro. Greedy.
I'm just using some of the proceeds to roll up.
Might as well. Hot hand, bro. Where's mine?
So I mean, I bought 100 of them, bro. It's $500. I made way more than that on the calls earlier. So it's lotto. Like I can see these $500 go to zero.
Jeffrey, I'm I bought some NU calls today for August. $14. You're asking about banks. Rolling the dice on the Brazil.
Yeah, that doesn't run with U.S. banks though.
No.
I grabbed QQQ's 556 for today, 47 cents.
It's funny though. The same thing fucking happened where I had to bump my limit up to 21 cents and 22 cents. Finally, 22 cents was the ask, so I bumped it up to that, and I got filled at 19 cents. Like, what the fuck, Fidelity? Something's wrong with their order filling system, I think.
Nice looking W pattern here on ES on the 5. What am I seeing? Harder to see it on the 15 though, but it's been bouncing off this uptrend line, holding pretty good. It actually went down to the 20-day EMA twice today and bounced off it. Maybe we see a push in today. The opposite of what happened yesterday. They're adding to 6260s. We're at 6259, 68 spot for GEX. They're adding to 6270s. Still the largest volume is on the upside here above us. We got to break above this top of this channel here that we're stuck in today.
Google back over 180. Watch this motherfucker rip.
Damn, Kev, you're killing it, man. Those are probably up over 100%.
The motherfucker doesn't stop. He's a greedy bastard.
Oh, 182.50, maybe not 100% yet, but pretty close.
Nah, they haven't moved yet.
Oh, okay. Got to rouse them from their slumber.
What the fuck, man?
Butters AIRO. Just trying to push for that higher day.
You guys still have that level of $28.
But when you told me that you got back in, I didn't get back in the common position because it was significantly higher than what I got in the first time. So I just grabbed the $30 calls for next week. Currently up on those.
Yeah, Fidelity still won't let me buy Arrow.
UMAC push in. I'm up 40% on that.
I mean, I don't know why. It's like half a bill market cap. Why the fuck they won't let me buy it? Doesn't make sense to me.
So Google's back to where the Chat GPT search thing came out, the same level where it dumped it. You're back at 180, just within a day or two.
I could probably call them up and buy it.
So gamma profiles changed quite a bit for the Qs and the fact that there's a huge wall at 554. We lose that, we dump, but I think it's just going to stay sideways for the rest of the day. Interestingly, Monday there's a lot more
I'm going to
on the
grab me some
upside.
Coinbase calls. It's looking like it's ready to bounce here. It's looking like it found support.
Yeah, and the Qs, there's much more positioning on the upside for the 14th, but 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th, it's all towards the downside. So see what happens.
Tesla is coming to India in July.
Wonder if they're gonna give you some special colors.
That's called bullshit.
Yes. Get 'em, Butters. Get 'em.
How long has he been talking for that? When did Modi last meet with fucking Elon? January, February, somewhere around there.
Everybody is tacoing.
How's he going to compete with the cheap Chinese EVs that they're importing? Like, or should they make there themselves?
Yeah, you know what's crazy? You mentioned that. I was reading something that the Ford CEO said. He went to China and he said the US is so far behind on EVs.
Yeah, he called their cars
Yep,
exemplary.
yep.
I think Tesla, if they go to India, though, they'll kind of be like the Harley Davidson model. You'll just be targeting the higher end. You won't be competing, but you'll do like peak.
Yeah, guess who's gonna slap them around? It's called Tata, not Titi, Tata.
What's crazy is the US could have had like good manufacturing like that, but like our best manufacturers basically taught China how to do all that shit, and now they're just kicking our ass. You know, props to them too. I'm sure they improved on their own, but
All you got to do is look at what Tata Motors owns, and you'll see like high end is Land Rover and all that shit. Like they'll smack them. And you got to remember one thing: all these other companies have their own financial arm, so they can play with their funding rates, their lending rates, everything.
yeah, and they got hooks into the government too, which is fucking huge.
But their own financial arm, not
Bearish. Apple looks like it's ready to go ahead and take that 210 out. I don't know if 210 can hold for supporters out for Apple.
yeah, 'cause having their own financial arm, that's a game changer in terms of like insurance, liability, financing, like everything. It's a huge benefit.
Yeah, that's huge. INKT hit $68.
Watch that 209.70 area on Apple. 209.70.
VIX is looking heavy here. M pattern. It
Yeah,
might go to 60. We don't want to see VIX down, markets down. I'd love to see VIX down, markets up, and hopefully we break out of this resistance here. This channel.
Yeah, I'm back in the coin 400s for next week.
Silver.
Yeah, I was just looking. I was like, man, I called out the silver miners. I should have got into them. They're up 6% now. Oh, DPRO went up 10% today.
Oh yeah, it's gonna keep going up too.
You're about to break out of a flag on Google here.
Yo, UMAC is at 40% right now.
Oh shit.
Squeeze City.
Because that's not high a day though, is it?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Well, not the very tip of the high, but this candle on the 15's at high day. There's a bit of a wick to it. There's absolutely nothing above in terms of positioning on UMAC. Starting to build at 20.
Correct. INKT close to the $70 mark. Pennies away.
Instead of playing Holo, we should have played that one.
I just
Did
mentioned it a couple
Did you call
times.
it out like when it was like, what was it, $6 or something?
No. I called it when it was doing that just about to break out that NT was talking about, like
That was still a
39.
fucking banger call, guys. That's stock. That's just so double, almost.
I'm pissed that my fucking AIRO hasn't hit my fucking $28 yet. I'm gonna start throwing my phone.
Fuck off, Butters. What were you expecting, man?
2801 is my fucking target, my line. I want it there today.
Well, I would try to.
I had that line from
I'd try to
yesterday.
help you, but fucking broker won't let me buy it.
Ethereum Foundation sells 10,000 Ether to SharpLink for 27 million. I should have stayed in SBET. I got scared when you guys were saying about the offering. Oh well.
INKT did take me out some at $70.50. I've had 3 messages about alerts. I'm probably the same as Kevin, as Bull Bear, and everybody. I just comment in here, and that's it, guys. I don't have nothing. I don't put shit out. I just talk live.
Georgie, TDY,
That's what
Teledyne,
I'm in. That's what I'm in.
FL.
Yeah.
I know this. FLIR defense says it fully supports the Pentagon's new drone dominance directive. Its Black Hornet nano drone features a Secretary Hegseth announcement, featured in Hegseth's announcement. I guess he said something about it. Has been part of the Army program since 2018 with 300 million plus in orders. Yeah, I'm putting it up top. You can finish reading it yourself if you want.
That's what I've been saying. The 3 publicly traded companies that are direct recipients are Red Cat, Parrot, and Teledyne.
Butters, are you saying something just now?
No, I'm stupid. I'm just looking around.
Oh, okay. I was away and I heard my name. That's why I
No, I just said that, some people have asked me if I can get on my alerts or my system or whatever. I just said I share when I'm here.
Oh,
That's
okay.
all I
We
do.
love you, Butters. Yeah.
Now get fucking Arrow to $28 for fuck's sakes.
I just need these cues to dump. We're playing.
Bro, big Kev. Fucking workhorse up almost up 70%, almost hitting $5.
Man, I've been trying to tell y'all, man, y'all ain't listening. I got time to talk about it. I said look, I said $4. Nobody even said anything. I was like, man, okay, whatever.
Yep.
I got out the other day when you got stopped out too, Kev. I got stopped at around the same.
Yeah, I got back in, but then I closed at $4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I made a little meme and threw it up in the nest. Hope you guys like it.
Dragonfly up 11.71%, just hit 434. DPRO.
Yeah, Teledyne's a great company. It's just it might not move as much as the other ones. It's like a 25 bill market cap.
Exactly. Because it's just the drones are just a small segment of that company.
Yeah, they got sensors and all kinds of cool tech.
I'm hoping they'll buy Coda. There's a subsea company, very small, but excellent, well run. It's a subprime contractor, and it has a bunch of like tech breakthroughs for visibility in zero visibility settings, and including like add-ons for drones and such. And
So real
Teledyne's
quick,
kind of its competitor, but
real
their tech
quick,
isn't
real
as
quick.
good.
And then you
Anyway, I'm gonna shut up.
No, just real quick. I'm just trying to call a play out real quick, and you can finish, with your soliloquy or your diatribe, however you want to call it. So I said it once. I'm gonna say it this last time. I'm gonna say it earlier. This is a good time. This pullback right here, AES. It's a good time to get in. I think it's the 15 next week. I just kind of step on top of that. Like I already have the leaps for January, but now I'm grabbing the 15s for November also. So AES. I got leaps. I got November and I got January 15s. Kind of heavy.
I don't know how much more this INKT can go, but I'm down to minimal now in it.
Damn, that H played out perfectly on a circle on a 15-minute chart. CRCL.
Well, it moves kind of like how core weave moved, right? The H played out perfectly on core weave as well. They both got downgraded the same day. They both kind of moved the same way with that.
You're buzzing again, Big Kev.
Dude, I was just thinking if Teledyne changed their name to Cyberdyne, would be in the Terminator movie.
Georgie. GMS. I like this. Might be time for me to get into this Axon, AXON. I think it might have bottomed right here. Printed a morning star reversal on the 30-minute. Lots of bottom wicks on the 1 hour and a 2 hour. I might start nibbling in some of these soon. Another week or so. Yeah, SPY looks like it's gonna go to 625 today. Over 624.25.
If you zoom out on Tecogen, TGEN, looks on the daily, it looks really nice right here. Might get back into that.
Hey, RCAT is getting some volume. Red Cat Holdings, RCAT.
Hey V, are these smaller companies like Red Cat? Are they buyout opportunities? Have you?
You know, yes. Short answer. The other thing, actually, our friend Silencius just wrote a thread about it, but Red Cat has moved into the surface vessels, the USV, and there's a boatload of money for this in the big beautiful bill too, right? And the only other player I've seen in the USV market in the States is private called Saronic. Even Anduril is not there. Anduril's doing UUVs, uncrewed underwater vessels, but not surface vessels. So it's interesting that Red Cat is like trying to move into surface vessels.
Surface vessels for oil industry?
No, for drones. Small. Think of the Houthis attacking those ships in the Red
Sure.
Sea. They use drone boats.
Mm-hmm.
That so America wants to build itself a fleet.
No, I love that idea.
Oh, guys, pay attention to Tesla. Tesla came down here and double bottomed on the 30-minute. It's over that level of 10-12. Some nice candles on Tesla here.
That's so funny. I was talking about how bullish Tesla was looking.
Yeah. Over 311.53. This could go to 315.31 on Tesla. Dizzy.
All right, let's push this bitch up other half of the day. Coming to the top of the range here. Love to see ES break through, but it's not.
Yeah, Jeffrey looks like it's pushing higher. Got stopped out of my zero Q push. Still have the ones for tomorrow, but it does look like it wants to push higher.
Well, yeah, it's range bound, but the only positive thing that I'm seeing is the VIX continuing to just kind of drip down lower. Right, we're at the lows of the day. M pattern. I mean, we could hit 16 by end of day, and maybe that starts to pick up buying. I'm not sure, but
we're getting buying right here. I'm about to grab some
yeah.
call zeros.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm in my 6280s and 55.6 Qs. I've been in them, but would like to add if we break over this resistance. They were removing the 6280s. Now they're bringing it back a little bit. They're adding the 6265s, 6275s, and 6280s. Where spot is 6264 for GEX by strike, or spot for GEX.
UMAC, new high of day, 42%.
So the fact that people are actually, because see, no one has ever come into my DM and asked me, do I have a program or whatever, a subscription or Substack or anything like that. So I feel so disrespected, first of all. Second of all, the fact that people are actually coming to you dudes' DMs and asking this is why other people feel comfortable coming in here trying to solicit their services. So from now on, I want you guys to just start DMing me the people who ask you, do you have services? Just DM me the people who do that. You don't have to say nothing about it. Just DM it to me.
I got you, dog. They be in my DMs.
Yeah, we're pretty much like we've always said. We're an open book here, guys.
Yeah.
You know, we're not gonna fucking make on everything. We're not gonna win or lose, but as long as people make some money, we're happy. You know. Like I had to double down on one that I mentioned the other day, MIST. They did an offering today, but I got a long conviction on that because of the drug that they're bringing to market. Like it's pretty wild. And Kev, the only reason why I jumped into that was when you had the emergency the other day. It made me dig into it more. You know, hoping your family was good, and you know, I shared with you what the drug is. It's a cardio play, and I think that's what you're going to see in the future now. Big Kev, how is your brother, by the way? Your big brother?
I mean, to keep it short, he's all right. He's good.
Oh, good. Glad to hear it, brother.
Yo, Workhorse 527, up 80%. WKHS.
Butters, what was that ticker? Missed?
Can you believe that? And like I was telling people, 2 something to get in it. Like I was into that like 2 something. So and nobody's asking me, do I have a Substack? The level of disrespect. I gave
MIST, Jeffrey.
Bro, I can't. With
Bro, like I
these
sat here
people
and
on
I
Twitter.
gave 3 crisp entries and exits on that bitch where you made like 40% on common shares at least. Get the fuck out of here.
I can't with these people on Twitter, bro.
Hey,
Oh,
hey, Butters, time to nibble on TSSI? I'm looking at this thing, man. It's
Not
okay.
yet.
Hold on, real quick. I'm saying all of this in jest. If you get in my DM and ask me, do I have a Substack, I will block you immediately.
this is hilarious. See, these people are they're just off the rails, man.
All right.
Wait, I don't
Hopefully we can
understand. You guys are
train,
getting
guys.
mad at people saying, "Do you guys have Substacks?"
They're confusing this space with the stock talk
Oh,
space.
oh.
Georgie, was it you asking about TSSI? I think they're trying to bring it down. I think they're trying to bring it down because somebody wants to buy this company out. That's where I think this thing goes.
It's got the 4 black crows. I know. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, no,
It hit
Jeffrey.
my high of 32s, I think was my number. And like, I'm good with that. And you guys know my position on that from where I got in, right?
So Jeffrey, no. I'm not mad that anybody's that they're asking people do they have Substacks. It's actually quite flattering to these guys, in my opinion, right? But the fact that they're talking about it is becoming a distraction. So like I made a big joke about it, but I was a distraction when I did that. So then I wanted to go ahead and make sure people knew that I was having fun with it. And if you get in my DM and ask me, I just will block you. So don't do it.
It seemed like INKT, the high was $73 and it's now pulled back to 67.
Oh, I just forgot my account is private, so you can't just get in my DMs unless I follow you.
And for fuck's sakes, could AIRO hurry up and get the fuck up there today?
That makes sense why they all DM me. Interesting. To turn off these DMs.
All right, it's been real, guys. Got to do some work. So take
All
it
right,
easy.
Georgie. Have a good one.
Be
Thanks.
good with George.
$5.50 workhorse.
Okay, let's see if we push up here. We need some size here in these candles. We're at the top, both in the ES, pretty much, Qs, pretty much, and looks like there it goes. We're starting to pop. Come on, bitches. Come on.
You said, come on, bitches.
Just to show how fast these drone stocks can like shoot up and then come back down, there's a Canadian one. The OTC ticker's TAKOF. That's run this week like 300%. And now today it's starting to come down. It's down 15% right now. But I would just watch, like, especially, no offense to whoever went into it, but like that one, like UAVS, that's a candidate to me that can like overshoot and then come back down real fast. We'll see what happens with you, Mac.
You know I'm in that Kratos with you, but I did sell out half of my position today.
Why not, right? It was I actually have taken some defense profits recently and I rotated it into trucking.
I got into that one, I think the same time you did. Like I was in low with proven reserves when they had that shit earnings, and it's done 103% for me. So I got to take some money off the table.
Yeah.
Let's go. Come on. I could see us getting to, well, right here, and to the top would be for Qs 50, 55, 556.24.
So SPY got over my level at 624.25. If it could hold over
Come
this
on.
624.50 area, I expect it to go to 625.10 on SPY.
Nice W pattern playing out on SPX on the 5. And when it would be nice to see if we fill the gap. 62.80. I don't know, but we could. Google's on top of some of its distribution that it kind of had throughout the afternoon. Let's see if it pushes, excuse me, not Google, Apple. Let's see if it pushes up from here. Maybe it comes back down. Love to see it continue up.
If I yell again, I want 40 cents more. AIRO 2760. I only want 41 cents. I'm not fucking asking for fucking much.
They're not making it easy. They just want to trade sideways for now. Come on, you're at the top. Bust out. Google. Google could run here.
You know, I really like what Yolo was saying before about watching the Dixie have a rebound, right? And I'm looking at like the 30-year yields are trending back up. But I'm kind of with you. It's a nice moment to take some profit here.
Yeah, if you're up a lot, like we said, it's makes sense. Why push it? Um, I'm just pissed off at UMAC, piece of shit.
Well, I think it is a piece of shit, but why are you pissed off at it,
I
Yolo?
sold it at 11:30.
Yeah, it runs like it's like the go-to, even more than Red Cat, which is funny because it's like a component supplier for Red Cat with integrated C-suite.
Yeah, it might be a lower cap than Red Cat. Maybe that's why, or lower float. But yeah, it's about to hit 13.
Yeah, I said earlier, I think it's going to 13.
Yeah, it's one of those gap and go type of play.
Kev, you got 0 days on that one, bro?
I did earlier, then I swapped out to next week's.
Okay.
Bull Bear, where you're in Long Island?
Yeah.
Yeah, next 3 weeks I'm on vacation.
Oh, here on the island?
Yeah, I'm going to Brooklyn for like a few days, and then from there we're gonna drive all the way to Montauk for like 2.5 weeks.
Oh yeah, definitely, bro. I'm not too far from there, man. You could come to the beach with us.
Yeah, so we're stopping in like those beaches right at East Hampton, and then gonna go all the way to Montauk.
Yeah, dog. Yeah, let me know when you get here, man. Just have a drink or something.
Yep, I'll DM you.
Or could get us some Yankees tickets. I got the hookup.
Bull, you got a 3-wheeler?
Yeah, 2 of them.
Which one? What make?
The T-Rex.
How do you like it? I was just looking at those.
I love them, man. I mean, I drive those things all the time, bro.
Yeah, they're made here in Canada, eh?
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
And they're going with the new engine in them, I heard, and lightening up the chassis. I was talking to the guy at the show a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, those things move, bro. Those things move, especially on the local roads. Not so much the highway. You know, it gets too low to the ground. You know.
They're going to have a track day for them here. That's what I'm looking forward to seeing.
Oh yeah, that should be a lot of fun.
Yo, Ryan Cohen just fucking posted short shorts on his account. It's fucking GME gonna pump? Let me check.
Those who are short in Roblox, I put in Wall Street Engine.
No, I don't see any.
Up in the nest.
I don't see any movement on GME.
Yeah, let me post this. What the hell is this? This fucking CEO posting.
Dude, gamers in Roblox are making millions. They said some 19-year-old kid sold his Blue Lock rival soccer game for $3 million on Roblox. What are we doing wrong here?
Yeah, I mean, if you go look at what the skin's going for, what's that game? Counter-Strike, bro. They're fucking going for hundreds of thousands of dollars on skins for the guns.
Who the fuck are buying it? These rich goddamn BTC nerds? Like, who the fuck buys that shit?
Gamers, bro. Other gamers.
Actually, Jeffrey, with Fortnite, they were pretty incredible because they created like Z-Bucks and they're selling to like the under 12-year-old crowd, right? And luxury fashion saw that as their way in. So like in 2018 and such, 2019, Balenciaga and Gucci, no, not Gucci, but Balenciaga inserted, you could get skins with like Balenciaga shoes, but yet some of it was free, some of you had to pay for. So it was like generating money and creating brand loyalty from a very early age.
I get that from the
You know,
advertisers, but I'm saying who's
kind of despicable.
well, yeah, I mean, I get that target.
Kids.
It's 100% targeted marketing, but that's the best marketing, right? Like they're preying on kids, you
Yeah.
know. But I get that. I just don't get who's buying, like what other kid is coming in there and buying this shit, right? Like it's not a company. Well, maybe it is because the company can then buy this soccer.
If you had it, I was in a household with a tween at that point, and it was mental, and like and grandparents' credit cards to the moon. Okay, like so they were off the chart. The kids were off the chart with this.
Okay, V, is it Balenciaga shoes or is it the Christian Luby Bubba shoes? Which ones are the most popular now?
Oh, well, the Louboutin ones are like 7-inch high heels. So I would and Balenciaga was trending, but now they've fallen out of favor. I don't really know who's going to be the new king of the castle. Loewe and Miu Miu. Miu Miu has been trending pretty hard the past couple of years, and they're expanding into the US. They just bought Versace, but I think not so much for the brand, but Versace has like 50 doors across the states. So now Prada, who's the mothership, has like real estate that they can plug Miu Miu into.
Thanks, Big Kev. Are you on? Big Kev, you here? Did he leave?
Yeah, no, I'm here. What's up, bro?
Can you do a big Kev market review? Yeah, I don't know if you're in front of the screen or not. I just love when you do the market reviews.
Yeah, I wasn't, but I'm headed there right now. Give me a sec. All right, looking at UMAC looked like it hit. Actually, UMAC went up to that 1287 level that I talked about. I still think it goes to 13 and continues to go higher. Bitcoin still pushing higher. Like I said, I think it could have possibly bottomed and bounced. You got the VIX still trending lower, and the RSP looks like it wants to continue going higher. SPX similarly looks just like the RSP, so we might see another push higher. Nvidia still kind of trending down into this bull flag. Still kind of looking bullish though. Meta pulled back after it's butted up against a bit of resistance, similarly to Amazon and Microsoft. And Apple no longer looks bearish. Look like it could actually go make a nice push a little higher. And Tesla still looking bullish. Google upside down H pattern looking like it's going to go make a run for that higher day and potentially go make a run at these contracts, these zeros that I got. So let's go. Google. Let's Google.
CNR up 2.35% over $74. This shit is wild.
Yeah, man, Meta's looking weak. Meta's looking weak, but everything else still looks relatively strong. It's looking weak, but Meta looks strong, though. I can't say the Meta looks like it wants to dump. Apple's looking stronger. Amazon's looking weak, but overall still bullish. IWM is looking weak. SPY, Q's all pulling back slightly. You got, the VIX doesn't even look like it's getting even a bit of a bounce. VIX still looks bearish.
Mention the those Campbell's January 27 leaps. I bought a couple of them like 9 days ago. I'm going to try to add another one today. Those are actually getting some volume today. The $30 and $35 strikes are seeing some volume come in on those. So I just figured I'd mention it.
Appreciate that, man.
All right, I'm headed out with my kids, but you guys have a good day. I'll probably talk to you later.
All right, bro. You too, man.
Be good, man. Enjoy the kids.
So ACN and Microsoft boost cybersecurity with AI agents. We're teaming up to bring AI-powered agent security to customers. The partnership focuses on automating security operations centers and using Microsoft Sentinel and Defender tools alongside Accenture's adaptive MXDR, Accenture's Damon McDougald, that's a weird name, says AI agents will work together to detect threats, cut noise, and spot patterns faster than legacy tools ever could. I put up top some more to read. I'm not going to read the rest. Ticker ACN and MSFT.
UMAC pushing still. 1290.
I didn't catch a word you said. Did anybody else catch that? I didn't catch it.
I say UMAC hit 1295 just now.
Oh yeah, $13, bro. 14 maybe. Still got a lot of time left. Market's pushing higher. VIX is dropping. What's the dollar doing?
It's 98.7. It's still kind of high of the day, like around that area. 97.85. Green for the day, so I'll tell you that.
Jeffrey, what are you doing? Making coffee?
In the bathroom?
Fuck. My bad.
Not cool, bro. Totally not cool. You think it holds, or you think it's dumping, Jeffrey?
Fuck, I'm not even in front of my screen. Let me look. Just turned on the AC here. It's hot as shit.
I think we hold. And I think we kill all bears into the close. I like the way the ES chart is looking on 4 hours.
Fuck, I was talking with you, YOLO. I agree with YOLO. I think we still look pretty good here. We're above the range. So if this is support, we can continue higher. It's got to stay as support. Look at Googs, right? It's breaking out of the flag. We're almost at the top. It can continue higher, dude. I did grab the 4 cents 182s when it broke out.
Yep, and crypto's looking good again too. So Bitcoin's looking good again.
Amazon's in a 5-minute flag. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Nvidia. Apple's at the top of its kind of afternoon distribution, so that's looking good. You know, if it wants to, it could trend sideways, and we're fucked. Burn premium. So we'll see. We need more volume to come in.
Man, look at this Coinbase pump. Let's go.
Oh, God damn it. Fuck, I wanted to pick up 31s for Viking in the afternoon. I didn't, and now it's already there. I need more monitors. Okay, they're adding to 6270s. We're at 6265, so 5 points away. I'd like to see a bunch of green in 6275, 6280s, right? Like more volume coming in there for DEX. Really nothing below, so slow grind up.
Somebody asked about UNH yesterday, but look at UNH catching that bid.
So the way Coinbase is pumping, Kev, it kind of gives me a narrative idea that I think this crypto alts are going to pump as well, because it brings in the volume for them, right, as well. So, and that also goes with the Robinhood. Robinhood is over 100. And the coin chart is amazing on a weekly. It's got massive cup and handle. Breakout.
Does coin go to 400 today?
Not today, man. I don't know about today, but I think it hits 400 for. I think it goes to all-time high.
Hey guys, I don't know what the news is here on Kraft Heinz KHC, but it is absolutely printing here, pumping. I mean, we're long the 2750s, but this name is just flying here on some news in the last few minutes here. Again, I don't know what it is, but I certainly like it. KHC pumping. Definitely some news on Kraft Heinz. Maybe everyone's having burgers and hot dogs on the weekend. Well, that's a new spike there on KHC. Something's occurring there. It was up over 2% at the highs. So KHC guys spiking here to the upside. Taking our calls basically up almost 200% here. Wow. Our 2750 August 15th calls are almost in the money. I repeat, KHC spiking to the upside. Nice. Let's see if I can find what is going on here. Thank you for the news. Beautiful. So Kraft Heinz split might be finalized in the coming weeks. Beautiful. I like that a lot. We have the August we have the August 15th 2750 calls at 37 cents. So we are absolutely in the driver's seat. That is a nice money maker. Very bullish on it. Let's see if we can get 2750s in the money today. I'm not even looking to trim them in the money. I want to see. I'm not even looking at trimming them today. I want to see them push even higher. We're at such a depressed level on KHC here. Beautiful little pump there on KHC. Still seeing some increased activity. Very widespread between the bid and the ask. Very widespread. Always nice to see a little bit of a spike like that. Beautiful. Up 3.42% on the session and climbing. Let's go, KHC. Look at this, guys. Wow. Absolutely moneymaker to the upside right now. Amazon's still strong. Nvidia, Microsoft still green. Big push there. The S&P 500 took a really hard knife there over the last few minutes. But Kraft Heinz ketchup. We are pumping. Still strong. Bitcoin chopping around, backing and filling. QQQ still negative. Oh, look at KHC, guys. 2750 calls are in the money. My oh my. They're almost up 200% these calls, but you're getting a lot of whippy snippy price action here. A lot of whippy snippy. Wow. Crazy. This is setting up for a very large move. KHC. Really look to trim if we fulfill this upside target around 2880.
All right, power hour. Let's fucking stop this bullshit and go up. Hammered shit right now.
Silver over $35. Sorry, SLV over $35. Jeffrey, what are you in? Are you in SPX?
I'm in all kinds of shit and I'm losing.
I'm just getting decayed out.
Yeah. Crude. It's looking really bullish.
You know which chart looks like extremely bullish, man? It's MSTR. This thing is going like 600.
Yeah,
800.
yeah. I was saying 500, but maybe
Yeah,
that's
look at this.
conservative.
The way it's curling up, and yeah, I think this is gonna destroy a lot of bears that kept shorting this.
Dude, it's got a picture perfect cup and handle.
Yeah, yep. The wick is
Damn,
at five.
Jeffrey, this damn thing is setting up like yesterday to sell off.
Yeah, I might have to flip here.
Yeah, YOLO. I guess if you do a measured move, that is 600.
We'll see what it does to this resistance line here at 62, 65 area. If we break below it, I'll go short. But fuck, we could just chop range. But I am definitely way underwater on all my zeros.
But so far, Jeffrey, it hasn't broken that pattern. That you see higher, basically, keeps going higher and higher.
Yeah, I agree. But we got an hour left. I'd like to see him push.
I got a measured move on MSTR up to 630. This cup and handle.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, that wick is definitely going to get filled at 543. It's just a matter of how far does it go from there.
All right, so we're back here in the swing of things. Markets have really been trading just slowly grinding up higher and higher and higher. They've tried breaking out here of this value area high once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. And we are getting close to, I think, getting through it. But you've been slowly making some higher highs, forming a bit of this wedge pattern. Trading right along this hourly upsloping trend line of support. Still technically above your opening ranges, but obviously getting a little sell now. I'm considering buying a call option here on SPY 0 DTE right off of this trend line. I'm looking at getting into 624 0 DTE SPY calls. Come on, give us a little bit more of a dip. Come on. One more little dip, guys. I'm gonna take a stab on the long side. Right into this little trend line. Come on, one more little dip, and I will buy the 624 calls. 0 DTE. Right now they're trading around the 67 cents area. Come on. All right, guys, I just took a small entry. This is a half position into the 624 0 DT calls at 60 cents. 624 0 DT calls at 60 cents. Half position. For me, that's 10 contracts. I would take a secondary fill around this yellow level, point of control. It's your volume shelf. But I'm in the 624 SPY calls. 0 DTE. It's very aggressive and risky. Just like that, down sharply. All right, guys, I'm taking a second fill here. Hitting our secondary ad level right into that zone there, guys. My average is sitting at 51 cents now. I will not add any more. 51 cents. I have 20 contracts. So far, NVIDIA dumping here into power hour. And we're going lower, testing that opening range right now. QQQ seeing some considerable sell side pressure. Opening range high is being tested. Qs are melting lower still. We're getting some massive lower prints. They are dumping this market right now at the start of POW hour. Looking like a failed breakout now. Still some area of opportunity here, sitting on this volume shelf, opening range high. Nvidia is still weak on the sessions. Seeing a little bit of distribution here on the 15-minute chart. Wow. Whoa. Getting these contracts. Down about 20 cents so far. Pretty nasty move down. He moved in for the time being. Down about 11 cents here. Getting a big bounce though. See if that was a liquidity grab. These market makers are sneaky. They are so sneaky. Let's see if they want to now give us a nice little facelift and pump into the close. Getting a little bit of higher ticks here. Come on. Only down about 7 cents now. Sat through a nasty little knifing action there. Come on. Take us back into 624. Come on. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Nasty liquidity sweep there. That was filthy. Ran my ass over initially. We'll see if they want to keep pushing. Come on. I still think I can push it back to this high of day here. Come on, SPY, pump it. Let's go. Come on. There we go. We're back in profit just like that from being down. Oh my God. That was nasty. I almost lost like so quickly. So quickly. I just was down like 600. Now I'm up a few hundred. Fed Goolsby says, Chicago Fed Goolsby says that new tariff threats could delay rate cuts. Uh-oh. That's why the market dropped there. Ah, tariff news. Eventually, this market is going to be running into tariffs not influencing things as much. So the drop was on the back of Fed Goolsby identifying that rate cuts could be delayed with tariffs, and that's kind of what we were just talking about with SoFi and rate cuts and financials, right? We kind of said that the bond market is pricing in something differently over the last few sessions here. SPY getting rejected off of that back test. So really, if we look at a few stocks, nvidia took a nice dump there. Apple took a decent dump. Q's, big drop down on the Q's there. IWM, did that make a new low? Double bottom, no new low. So that's a short-term positive. But I still suspect these markets can float a little bit higher. We'll see what happens here, guys. Let's see if we can make a profit here on these 624 calls. Tesla's still climbing higher here. Tesla is trying to climb higher. What's we got going on here? Qs are down by 0.18, SPY down by 0.31, IWM big divergence with IWM down 1.18. So definitely the divergence in small cap land. JP saying Trump gonna talk live. Oh, okay, soon. All right, so Trump speaking live. We've seen him pump the markets up in recent sessions. JP saying Powell was talking somewhere. I thought it was Fed Goolsby. Let's see if we can get these to firm up. Back to the highs of the session. 45 minutes left in the tape. Trump is supposed to be talking soon. God knows about what. But he's been all over Canada, tariffs, Japan. Yeah, it was Fed Goolsby. Fed Goolsby coming out a little bit hawkish. So this is what the Fed has to do, right? The Fed has to jawbone daily based off of what the bond market does. That's why they have so many Fed speakers and Fed members positioned to talk during the rest of the week, because the Fed market has to look at the long and short end of the curve. And basically, whatever the bond market is doing that day or that week, they got to jawbone the market and use their rhetoric to come out dovish or come out hawkish. The Fed are the biggest flip-floppers in the market that you ever see, because they don't dictate the policy, the bond market does, and they just have to use their rhetoric to kind of follow suit with what the bond market is saying. So, you have bonds up this week over the last yields are up this week over the last couple of weeks. So what are the Feds doing? Coming out a little bit more hawkish. Then when they were down, the Fed was talking a little bit more dovish. So they just continuously flip-flop based off of the up and down price action swings in the overall markets. All right, this is big levels of SPY. We either get a really strong push through this zone. We're still technically above your opening range highs, so price action still favors higher price. No, there's no rumor. Trump's been trying to get Powell to resign, but Trump has no say over the FOMC other than recommending candidates. He's not Powell's boss. It's just all media hype. Look at these contracts starting to rip here, guys. But he's not resigning. Powell's gaslighting Trump. Let's see if we can bounce back to the highs of the session here. Come on, SPY. Try to firm up here. So Powell's term ends May 15th, 2026. So it's his second 4-year term. He'll finish out his legacy. I'm pretty confident he will. I don't know, man. It's you know, you're just gonna put someone back in there who's gonna have to follow the economic policy, but Powell's the markets do want rate cuts, but Trump wants rate cuts. US wants rate cuts, but not necessarily just by putting someone else in there you get rate cuts. But Powell's term ends in 2026. Look at these 0DTE contracts, guys. They absolutely just ripped up 15 cents. Do not let this trade go against you. If you're wanting to trim up here, by all means, but make sure you at least have a break-even stop in place on the 624 0DTEs. I'm going to let them run here because I think we can get a nice push into end of the session, keeping a break-even stop loss at that 51-cent level. All right. Yeah, nice little drop there on SoFi. And notice how all of this Powell news comes out as interest rates have been ripping over the last 2 weeks. People are pissed, right? People are pissed. All right, these contracts are still printing to the upside here, guys. Let's go. S&P 500. Let's go. Hold through that little liquidity grab. We are pumping here into the end of the session. This is an absolute bullish recovery on SPY. Look at that monster move. We're up almost 20 cents on these contracts, pushing up almost 50%. Boom. Keep a break. If you want to trim, guys, trim, but I'm going to run it a little bit more here. I think SPY is still okay. I'm going to just maintain a break even, not let this trade go against me. Let's push for another new high here on SPY. Come on, let's go. And I got a filthy entry off of this zone. They absolutely knifed me. So my average is pretty doo-doo compared to probably some of yours, but nevertheless, we're making money here. Tesla's absolutely flying here. Tessie, look at Tesla, guys. Wow. Our Google call is printed today. Tesla's obviously ripping to the upside. Come on, SPY. Keep pressing, guys. Keep pressing. Again, if you're wanting to trim, that's the proper risk management thing to do. I'm just going to let it run. I am just going to let it run. Let's see if we can get a nice push to a new high of the day. This is where I would trim, guys. Half of my contracts right up in here. 624.86, 624.90. Right in this zone. We're up almost 50% on this trade. Obviously, time is against us, but we should get some pretty extraordinary moves here. The market is making a really nice bullish recovery. Can the S&P turn green? We're down $1.39. QQQ still slightly negative. The Russell's no chance of turning green today. Nvidia, Microsoft doing well. Google doing well. Amazon doing well. Tesla doing well. Meta down 1.15. Apple down 0.53. Crypto stocks obviously strong on the session. And this is all on the back of interest rates still staying firm. Look at that. Interesting. Very interesting price action. Natural gas looked like it was breaking down. It was down almost 2% at the low there. Now you have names like EQT pumping back to the high side. We took profit on that. AR, we're still holding AR calls, which are in the money. $50% off of that high wick there. Again, I'm still holding. I'm looking for a higher price. We keep on grinding. We keep on grinding. Here we go. We're getting some higher ticks. Let's pump it to the high side. Press it higher. Press it higher, guys. Press, press, press. Again, if you're wanting to trim, by all means, but I'm still holding through this pump. Look at this rip here. Nasty. That is filthy. That is filthy, guys. Contracts are printing over 80 cents to the high side here. Can we get them over $1? Getting some top wicks now. Again, profit taking is what you're supposed to do with these calls, but I'm feeling like we need to wait till this trend line. Give us a new high of day. Give us a new high of day, SPY. Come on. Come on. We should keep going. Come on, one more spike into this level. Again, locking in profits is the smart thing to do, guys. A little bit of a downward tick there. All right, guys, the big sell comes into this 624.80 zone, 624.84. Come on. Contracts are still trying to press higher. Look at that dip being bought with full force. Monster move back up. Really strong move. This is good 1 minute consolidation. We should try to press higher a little bit. Come on. Right, so this little bit of consolidation here is helpful for another push higher. Let's see if we can hold steady. They might try to back test off this trend line again. But that was a nasty V-shaped recovery bounce, guys. Really, really filthy. Taking our contracts from deeply negative to up over 60%. There's a really big fall there. Is this creating a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders formation on the 1 minute chart that sets up maybe that beautiful continuation on Monday? Perhaps. Perhaps it will, right? We do have an inverse head and shoulders forming. It hasn't triggered, but it's forming. And the upside, if it does trigger, takes us to 626.30 if that triggers. We are seeing a bit of distribution here. Bitcoin trying to test 118,000 again. Nat gas trying to go green. Look at that 10-year yield up 1.77%. That's a filthy move on that 10-year. Final 20 minutes left in the session, guys. 20 minutes left. See if we can get another print into the high of the session. Come on. Can the S&P get a late day squeeze here off of an inverse head and shoulders? Will they take this market positive? What's interesting, guys, something that I just want to mention here is that we've seen the Qs go positive. We've seen the S&P lag in the Qs. Obviously, the Russell's down in the depths below. But the S&P and the QQQ were trading at a much wider margin earlier in the session. And what I have been observing is that the S&P is slowly gaining a little bit of that relative strength. You know, the Qs are down 0.1%, the S&P is down 0.2%. So the S&P is slowly narrowing that strength, which means that there has been underlying accumulation in this market pretty much for the entire session. So that is telling me that there is a little bit of bullish sentiment still buying into this dip across the broad market sector. That is a very, very healthy thing to observe, just as an FYI. Let's go to 625 on SPY. Tap 625. Tap 625. Still have some contracts running, guys, on these 624 0 DTEs. Took our first trim around 60%. I still have 10 more contracts left with a break-even stop loss in place, but I'm looking for an end-of-day pump unless I get stopped out with a downward move. But end-of-day pump, come on. Let's take the rest of these running contracts 100%. Come on. Come on. SoFi getting dumped? Yeah, SoFi's getting dumped, right? Look at those interest rates, right? Definitely getting dumped on right now. It's still positive on the session, but it's coming in. It's that could be the high temporarily. It's still strong on the session. It's outperforming the markets, so. Nvidia pushing new all-time highs today. Google's looking very bullish. Oscar's been destroyed today. Minimal bounce. Come on, S&P. Is this where we break out? Come on. Pump it up. Pump it up. Give me something. Either stop me out or pump it up. Still sitting at 73 cents on these contracts. Still up about 50% on these 624 0DT calls. But we are going through a little bit of backing and filling here. Maybe they keep the market pinned here. You know, that would not surprise me as well. I mean, look at this chop that the market's been in, right? So, I mean, there's a lot of people trying to chase this market still, but still 131 contracts sitting at the ass there on SPY. Tesla's still strong right now. Tessie. Look at Tesla go, guys. Wow. Pumping. I don't mind that. That helps our longer term swing play. That helps our 340 calls. Let's get it. Come on, break us out to the high side. I want $1.02 on these contracts. That would be 100% power hour 0 DTE trade after it was down 50% off of that crazy little tariff move there. That was nasty. Come on, SPY. Push it, push it, push it, push it. Push it up, push it up, push it up. Ticker ON has turned green. Alibaba's turned green again. Friggin' Oklo didn't cooperate. That turned negative. SPY still seeing some sellers in this range. Look at how they have it pinned right around the middle point of 625 and 624. Market makers want to rope people in. So they're roping in bears, they're roping in bulls, and it's right at that center point. So if there's one sort of imbalance on the contract side, they're probably going to rip it the opposite way. So we are still seeing the price action just pinned in this tight range for the last several minutes. Still setting up for a potential big move. You want to give price action the benefit of the doubt since it's holding above those opening range breakout candles. But it's been a sea of red out there today. A lot of sell side pressure. Obviously, nvidia, Microsoft still pumping. But it's your small cap stocks that have been hit really hard on the back of these higher interest rates. And the 10 years narrowing that gap between the two. Look at the divergence between long end of the curve and short end of the curve. 10-year absolutely ripping up a whole percent higher than the 2-year yield. And that's why the Fed is having to come out and jawbone, because the Fed can't control. The Fed only can manipulate the 2-year. JP saying most probably they're going to dump this market. We'll see. We'll see. Let's see if they want to dump it. You could be right, JP. They might just pin it. Maybe they don't give anyone a move. My thesis to take it up on Monday. Yeah, Monday is looking like a potential rally. It depends on what commodities do over the weekend too. All commodities are pretty much running across the board. Oil's strong today. Nat gas is green. Gold, silver, uranium, copper. That's not good for the inflationary outlook pressures. SPY looking a little bit weak here. Oh, we are seeing SPY fall here. Under a little bit of pressure, SPY. Keep that tight stop loss. Keep that tight stop loss. Mine's at 51 cents on these 624 calls. And that's a hard stop. Mine is already set in place. We're trying to be defended here. Higher ticks. Higher ticks. Whoops. Final 17 minutes here in the session. SPY still just stuck in this range, hugging that trend line. This trend line is pretty crazy, right? You think about how many times we've bounced off of it. Going back on the hourly chart, it's been impressive, this upsloping trend line. All the way back to this pivot low in June 27th. It's been very impressive. Bounced here, recaptured here, bounce, 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 bounce. What a level, eh? What a level. All right, guys, I stopped out there of my SPY calls on the other half. So just up over 60% on the first half. Really looking at a bear flag on HIMS. Yeah, it's a nasty looking chart. It's looking pretty weak for sure. Bit of a double top failure. Yeah, next couple weeks, HIMS should go through some downside. Good observation there, Billy. Yeah, it's looking weak for sure. But remember, the market's been under a little bit of pressure. UNH, yeah, is getting some volume right now. Nice little move up there in UNH. It's a big directional move, but it looks like SPY's trying to go a little bit lower here. Again, I don't have any more contracts. We stopped out at break even, and it is dipping. Dipping slightly. IWM looks to be trying to go for yet again another low of day, and it's right there. It's coming in. IWM coming in. New low of day, IWM, looking nasty. Small caps continue to get bludgeoned. SPY's probably going to take a bit of a dip here. Look at PayPal getting wrecked off of that announcement today. Wrecked. Silver still holding the majority. Good to see AR still getting some follow through. Kraft Heinz, KHC trying to move up here again. SoFi, yep, SoFi coming down. SoFi definitely coming in. Defending SPY here a little bit. SoFi definitely coming in. Again, uranium's still strong on the session, up 1%, trying to break out here on an hourly chart. Doing a nice little back test right now, so uranium should press next week higher, which obviously is going to be helpful for SMR and in theory Oklo. Oklo's been a little bit disappointing. Our KHC, if this starts pressing, we got so much time on these, this could be, if we hit this target on KHC in the next 2 weeks, which is looking likely off of this news pop, we're looking at maybe a 400 to 500% win there on our call options, which would be quite nice, in my opinion. We're already up close to a couple 100%. SPY continuing. Our Google calls are also doing quite well after today's rally. My next stop for Google, once it clears this little resistance double top, is 185. And then my bullish kind of upside target is 201. So when we hit 185, we'll look to roll out into some higher strikes. Okay. Tesla's still trying to firm up here and print to the high side. There you go, a new high of day for Tesla off of that 5-minute candle. Almost into that gap fill. Pretty impressive to see for Tessie. SPY still coming in here. Nasty little price action in SPY. What else we got going on? Boeing's green. PWR is green. MSTR is green. So consensus for the Fed's decision in July, 95% no change. There's a small chance that it's uptick, that we get an actual rate increase. But 95% consensus that we don't get any sort of a change in Fed policy for July. And the market's not liking that. Market is not liking that candle. Look at that candle. That was nasty. UPST taking it on the chin today. Palo Alto also at the lows of the session. This stock's been beaten up too. But maybe, just maybe, this is a rather large inverse head and shoulders that Pan W is forming. End face still fallen here. AFRM taking a pretty big breather. XYZ getting hit with the likes of PayPal in the back of that news announcement. GDX still inside of that wide range red bar. First Solar, I was tempted to get into some First Solar action today, but never ever pulled the trigger. Celsius, nice bounce. Let's look at Boeing here. Boeing could come under pressure here. India Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau releases preliminary report on Air India plane crash on June 12th. Let's look at GE as well. Yeah, that's SPY continuing to knife lower here. So just 1-0 DTE trade for us. We caught a little bit of this bounce for 60%, but it's too late in the session. I'm not really looking to do anything else with 7 minutes left. But nice little power hour trade, netting 60% on 20 contracts. Well, 10 contracts. I took a break even on the other 10. But nevertheless, a small little profit into the end of the day. It's always nice to end on a little bit of a positive note. But so far it's been a distribution day in the market with small caps taking on the chin because of interest rates spiking. More tariff news. People fearing the inflation battle is still going to be sticky or likely trending up. We've seen upward pressure on commodities, Bitcoin, crude, natural gas, gold, silver, uranium, copper. How have the copper stocks done today? Likes of FCX, down 2.2%. Interesting. Yeah, that's at some near-term resistance, but once it breaks out of there, we'll keep that on watch. SCCO, interesting. I was looking at this LITE today. I think we're going to get a nice spike higher on LITE. This one's on watch for a swing trade, guys. LITE. Insurance stocks took it on the chin again today. See that UNH just one more time? Yeah, it's doing well today. Costco, Adobe still weak on the session. I've been considering getting into Hershey again, guys. So Hershey has been our top, or at least my top swing trade for the year. We absolutely picked this bottom here and caught this stunning rally on Hershey. And now you're back testing some area. I'm watching Hershey closely for another entry into some upside calls. We bought the 190 calls off of this rally and sold them for over, I can't remember, 200 something %. But I would like to trade Hershey again. I think that one is setting up for a nice potential move. Flip back to SPY here into the close. You can see SPY is getting a bit of a facelift on the 1 minute chart. Are they going to take the Qs green? They're only down by 0.14%. You have nvidia, Microsoft, Amazon, Tesla all positive. Meta, Apple dragging down the party. Google's close to a rather large breakout on some higher time frames. That's probably one of the more bullish mega caps setting up. Been a long week, guys. It's been a long week. I'm happy that Friday is here. We get to have a little bit of restfulness. SPY still seeing some selling late into the close here. Final 4 minutes of the tape. Are they dumping us for a Monday pump? Again, the key area on SPY that we're actually breaking right now is this upsloping trend line. We keep just testing this area. Looking at this upsloping trend line, it's a troublesome spot for the SPX. You keep wanting to break this zone. You can see on the SPX we're trading it. Now we're going to have to lower this trend line to here, and it looks like that might be the new support level that the S&P wants to test. So call it 6250 on SPX. But a nasty little sell-off here into the close. They are dumping the S&P 500, likely dumping the Russell. Russell's actually holding up, but at the lows. QQQ. QQQ right on that opening range high. So look at SPY again. SPY right on that opening range high. I want to thank you all for tuning in to the stream here. Final 43 seconds of the session. Hopefully everyone has a really good and restful weekend. Get outside, touch some grass, enjoy the sun. Nevertheless, thank you all. Please hit that like button before you leave. And good job trading this week. Hopefully next week we get some upside pressure in the markets to support some of our swing trades. But nevertheless, good job. Thanks for all the insights, observations, news articles. We're a good collective here, trying to continue to build some profits and a community of traders and investors. And we all have something to learn from each other. But that's the market close, guys. S&P closes down on the session 0.35%. Same thing with the NASDAQ down 0.2, IWM down 1.38. We will see you all a little bit later on the charts, and take care, guys.